Welcome on in, everybody. It is good to be back here in the lab once again. It seems as though everything was a lot slower to kind of get running than I was expecting, but we now do have 58 systems prepared for the second rarest shiny in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. I thought I'm starting Safari Week off by myself, so I might as well kind of go for one of the harder Pokemon and a Pokemon that I can do on all 58 systems at the same time. If I did just Fire Red and Leaf Green, I would only be able to use the GameCubes. So I thought, let's use the Wii's, let's use the GameCubes. Let's do a little bit of Ruby and Sapphire. So I have loaded the same save using Pokemon Ruby Sapphire box onto all 58 systems. So this is an official way to multi-hunt on multiple systems with a single cartridge. And over the last little bit, I did some multiplayer with myself. I went ahead and I got a save file that has the absolute best possible shiny odds, as well as having the best possible Pokeblocks for catching those shiny Pokemon. So we're going to be shiny hunting with, I believe, shiny odds of around 1 in 7,600 instead of 1 in 8,192. And the first thing that we're going to need to do is slowly get ourselves over to the far side here of the map, because we need to go ahead and use Surf in the far, far, far away part of the map here. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh no. I think I messed up, actually. I need the mock bike. Huh. Okay. That leaves us in a bit of a predicament. We gotta go. Okay. Oops. I was like, oh yeah, Acrobike. That's the one that you need for bouncing. You know what? I guess since we already have the Acrobike anyways, why don't we start off, we'll do a little bit of bouncing. Because, like, bouncing on that thing a little bit never hurt anybody. Why don't we do just the tiniest little bit of bouncing up and down? Maybe we'll get a shiny Wobbuffet to start off the year, but ideally, afterwards, I want to be going for the level 25 Golduck. So we'll do a little bit of bouncing up and down, and then afterwards, we're gonna have to go get the mock bike. You'd think that in a shiny hunt that took me, like, when I say it took me like 5 hours to get this all set up, I'm not even exaggerating, like a good 5 hours to get everything organized. You'd think that with that much prep, everything would be set up correctly, but apparently no. Apparently not so much. But How are you doing, Yandere Dial? How's it going? How is everybody doing? Welcome on into Safari Week 2026, everyone. Great to have you all here. Okay. There we go. Okay. Very excited to start some more safari hunting. Not today, because Squiddy's not feeling too well. It's Safari Week, and you barely got Squirtle and Shiny Leaf Green. You're so cooked this year. Sorry to hear that. No, that sucks. Okay. So we're gonna go in here. I made the optimal white Pokeblock for shiny hunting. This is like literally the best possible shiny odds you can get in Ruby and Sapphire. Okay. We'll activate our bike. We'll go in the grass. We'll start some bouncing. There we go. Ado, thank you so much for the good luck. Oh, and I guess we might as well, we'll White Flute as well. That should make our bounces a little bit faster. The odds that I catch every shiny, like not even catch, I mean like, we should have a counter. What do you think is more likely? Am I gonna fail shinies because I don't see them? Or am I gonna fail shinies because they run away? This is genuinely a great question. Okay, we got our White Flute on. Are all these emulators? This is all 100% official hardware. So we're running 33 GameCubes, 25 Nintendo Wiis. If you don't believe me, literally like the active power consumption of everything that we're doing right now is visible next to me. I guess I can do this though. We can do boop, quick reset on the active used power. There we go. Okay. Feel like I'm gonna fail more from running away, but we're gonna entirely miss seeing one. I guess if I don't see it, we won't know, right? But if we run away and then we see it, that's when we'll definitely know that we missed a shiny. You had no idea the power output was on display. Yeah, I think we debuted that last Safari Week. It's not something that, like, I mean, I guess everybody would know it more if I streamed more often. I've been meaning to kind of get back to like, okay, time to focus, time to lock in. But yeah, power consumption, it kind of rotates through. When it says stream, that's like the TVs and the stream PC peripherals and stuff. When it says GameCubes, that's all of the GameCubes and the Starlight Children's Foundation, which is, so the Starlight Children's Foundation GameCube is actually behind me, and we'll talk about what's going on with that a little bit later, because some very exciting things are going to be happening on that front. And then when it says switches, I mean, the switches are all off right now. I think a couple of them are charging. And my phone might be charging off of that outlet. And then lab total is like the total power consumption of everything that we're doing here. I'm official hardware. I guess like I would have been closer to being artificial hardware a few months ago. I'm like discarded hardware, like the hardware that they send off to China to be destroyed after events and stuff. Mans is live. We doing it live, boys. 58 systems at the same time. Surprised there's no Fire Red and Leaf Green. Don't worry, Aquos. Safari Week this week is more of a fortnight. We're doing like 2 weeks. Professor Tops, who's over on the YouTube chat side of things, is currently in, I believe, Indonesia. So I can't do a Safari Week by myself without Tops. As far as streaming goes, this is our 7th Safari Week. So I was like, I can't do it without Tops. We'll do a little bit of it, but if you want to see Fire Red Leaf Green, we're definitely going to have Tops live doing some sick Fire Red Leaf Green shiny hunting. Next, when he's back, I guess. He comes back on the 23rd. Bike Hop's not surfing. I will be surfing, Kyle. I kind of just wanted to like warm up. I say that. What actually happened was I picked up the acro bike and I totally forgot that in order to get to Golduck, you need to have the mock bike. So I was like, you know what? Bunny hops are like a pretty iconic way to shiny hunt though. And what better way to start off Safari Week than by like quickly catching a Wobbuffet or something? You and Squiddy are also kind of pushing back Safari Week. Still off and on hunting this week, but you're mostly going to be hunting first week of August. Safari Week is nothing more than a mindset. You know, like I'm not going to say anybody has to shiny hunt Safari Week this week specifically. You're allowed to Safari Week shiny hunt, I mean, whenever you want. You can make a Safari year. Plenty of people do so. I think it is fun when the community comes together and does it in a specific time. But I think if you can't do it this week, that's fine. Just do it next week or the week after. Still drawing less power than a single PS5. Still drawing less power than the PS4 server rack used by, was it NASA? Or some section of the American government? How many different saves? There's just one. One save, because I set it up about on a dead battery. You can get ID number 77, which is like Tentacruel's ID number, not really particularly relevant for Golduck, but just 77, nice low number. And it gives you the trainer shiny value that gives you like the optimal shiny hunting odds. So I set that all up for myself. So we are shiny hunting with shiny odds, I believe, of about like 1 in 7,600. But we don't have duplicate seeds, Aquos, because like I said, getting everything set up today took me about 5 hours. Part of that was like my graphics card for some reason was like not working, and I still don't know what the problem was. I just changed which TVs were plugged into which outlets. Now it's working, so that's strange, but we solved that. Other thing is, in order to get like all of the GameCubes and all of the Wii's running, everything needs to be turned on 1 minute apart, because on a live battery, if you boot up the same save file but 1 minute apart, you're always going to have a different seed. What other things popped up today that required attention for getting set up? One of the GameCubes has decided that its disk drive no longer works. These things happen when you let 33 GameCubes sit for 3 months. sometimes one of them's like, I'm a little bit old. Thanks, but no thanks. I had to swap some of those around. But no, none of these are going to be running the same seeds at all. If you like look around, none of the Pokemon that we're seeing are identical, right? Like, we're seeing entirely different Pokemon. Like, yes, there's going to be like multiple that get level 25 Doduo or whatever, but that's just because there's only so many Pokemon to choose from, right? But you're not seeing multiple of them getting encounters at exactly the same time, exactly the same frame. Everything is different RNG. And my idea realistically is like, not going to soft reset, not going to turn anything off until we've decided that we're done Safari Weeking. How do you know there is/isn't shinies so quickly? I guess, can we ever know anything for sure? Maybe not. Give me 1 second. I just need to refresh the chat window here. Oh, wait. One second. Okay. So many systems today, many systems. Okay. Can I do a little bit of this, a little bit of this, and then I think I might kind of need to maybe restart this app. Just trying to get the chat to work correctly. It's a little bit weird. Anyways, that's not all that important. US Air Force Research Lab was using PS3s. Sorry about that. You should explain the setup a bit, because this is probably some people's first time seeing this many screens that aren't emulators. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little over the place for trying to get everything organized and set up, but we definitely will dive into that. What is going on is a great question. Raise your hand if you understand a portion of how we have 58 systems running at the same time. And then put a question mark in chat if you're not 100% sure. They used 1,760 PlayStation 3s. That is like too many PlayStation 3s. I don't know if I would want to mess with that. After stream, I guess I'm just gonna have to live with it now. After stream, I'm gonna need to mess with this a little bit. I might have enabled some sort of like AI downscaling on the graphics card. Everything looks a little bit like HD when it really like shouldn't be HD, if you know what I mean. So let's dive into everything. On the top half of the screen here, just about everything that we see is Nintendo GameCubes. So like top half of the screen, just about everything are Nintendo GameCubes. The first 33 systems are Nintendo game, or 32 systems are Nintendo GameCubes. And what's playing behind me is the Vistion dockable, no, Starlight Children's Foundation Nintendo GameCube being recorded on a like a little camera. So in order to boot these games up, I actually don't have 58 copies of Ruby and Sapphire. I don't have 58 copies of Japanese Ruby and Sapphire. But Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box allows you to play in adventure mode where you can load your save file of Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire up on your GameCube, or if you're using a Wii, on your Wii, right? And what's really cool is if you take that same cartridge and you go and boot up Pokemon Box on a different system and then load that same save file, you totally can. And what's also really cool is once you boot up adventure mode, you can disconnect the Game Boy Advance and you can take the disc of Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box out. So despite the fact that this is 58 consoles, everything in here could theoretically be running with a single Pokemon Box disc, a single Game Boy Advance, and a single copy of Pokemon Ruby Sapphire, which does make it pretty nifty. So that is like the top side. Everything is running Ruby Sapphire Box on the GameCube. And then on the bottom side of everything, the bottom 25 systems are Nintendo Wiis. And same deal, the Wii can boot up Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box. So the bottom 25 are all running Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box, but for the Nintendo Wii instead. If you find 2 shinies, 1 must go. I have a special way, like everything here is totally official. At the end of Safari Week, if there's a few cool shinies that I want to keep, because like theoretically you'd only be able to save 1 of them, I have my ways for potentially saving multiple of them. What's the Safari record for the fastest you've ever found a shiny? I mean, 2 shinies at the same time is probably about as quick as you can go between finding one and finding another, right? We've also gone back to back on shinies. So like find a shiny, soft reset, run back into the grass, boom, another shiny. So we've definitely had a lot of luck for finding lots of shinies in the past. 2 shinies at the same time, four times. Is it 4 times? Doduo, double eggs, and then Venomoth and Doduo. I thought it was only 3. Is it 4? I wonder what the odds of finding 2 at the same time are with like the 58 system set up. Let me pull this up. I got a calculator for this. So we got a multi. Okay. I found 2 shinies in 58 encounters with shiny odds of 1 in... Ooh, 1 second. I gotta see what our shiny odds are. Best TSV... Okay, so best Pokeblock, 7620. 1 in 7620 are our shiny odds today. The odds of finding 2 shinies in 58 encounters with shiny odds of 1 in 7,620.5 is 1 in 35,304 sets of encounters. Yeah, we did have 58 last year. I don't think during Safari Week last year, at any point did we do the 58 of just Ruby Sapphire. I think it was like we had 33 Fire Leaf Green running and 25 Ruby Sapphire running. No way. Is that Drew in YouTube chat? The DrewWorks LLC that successfully managed to complete on physical hardware a trade between the Game Boy Advance and the Nintendo Switch. Is that the same Drew? But yeah, Fun and Games, we've only ever done this one other time. We shiny hunted to get like 16 shiny mudkips at the same time. To set a world record, we got 16 shiny mudkips at the exact same time on 16 different systems. Crazy stuff for sure. I just think it's so cool. The future of Fire Red and Leaf Green is just like, it's looking so bright. It's so freaking cool. Does anybody have any Fire Red, Leaf Green, Ruby Sapphire, Diamond Pearl, Heart Gold, Soul Silver? Anybody got any targets? Anybody shiny hunting in the Safari these upcoming weeks? We're gonna have like on and off Safari Week for the next couple of weeks here in the lab. When Tops gets back on the 23rd, Tops, are you back? Kyle, are you back the 23rd or the 21st? So what day are you back? Tops gets back at some point. 23rd at 5 a.m. Then he's probably going to sleep all day on the 23rd. On the 24th, Professor Tops and I are going to be heading to the Starlight Children's Foundation offices here in Toronto. So that's really exciting. Quick show of hands, raise a hand in chat. How many of you heard about our upcoming charity event? So we're going to be hosting Rising Stars Week. How many of you have heard of it? And then maybe like 2 hands up. How many of you are planning on participating? Are you and Professor Tops twins? You got the hand raise? Heck yeah. Ado's got it. Tops and I aren't twins. We're siblings. We're brothers, legitimate blood brothers, but we are 2.5 years apart. I am the eldest sibling by that margin, about 2.5 years. I guess like, yeah, I don't know, whatever that works out to be. Slightly more than that. 2 years and like 8 months. Anyways. Is it in person or an online event? So Rising Stars Week is going to be a charity fundraising event benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation, focused around 2 things. The 2 things that really built the lab up to what it is today. And that is shiny hunting and ribbon mastering. For me personally, ribbon mastering was a huge reason that I got into like theorizing and theory crafting about rare Pokemon and things like that. The ribbon challenge, the Ribbon Master challenge, is something that got me into like the very in-depth side of Pokemon collecting and like physical hardware collecting, digital Pokemon collecting, like just overall, the Ribbon Master journey is something that I haven't ever finished, but I like thinking about, to the point that joining the Pokemon Ribbon Master community is actually what got me really, really deep into Pokemon and what kind of led me to making friends in the Pokemon community. So yeah, Rising Stars Week, going to be a shiny hunting / ribbon collecting event. The event is benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation, which is a charity that installs Nintendo systems and then like also VR systems and stuff, and like a whole bunch of other things, like little Make-A-Wish things for children in hospitals. And this is like something that's super near and dear to Professor Tops and I's heart. One of the first times we ever played a console game together, the two of us, was actually at a hospital. We played Spyro, and Tops also played through all of Super Mario Galaxy on the Wii on a Starlight Children's Foundation Nintendo Wii kiosk. And I've actually always wanted to do some sort of event benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation, but never really found the right time or like right reason, right way to tie everything together. But unfortunately, unfortunately, our friend Reggie Ultima, who was a longtime member of the Professor's Lab Twitch chat, longtime member of the Pokemon Ribbons community, and then also somebody who like I just spent a bunch of time chatting back and forth with about rare Pokemon, is somebody who just likes theory crafting rare Pokemon and knowing about rare Pokemon. Reggie Ultima was just somebody that you could ask like almost any question, and I'd say 80% of the time they knew the answer, and 20% of the time they would go find it. And they were also a really thoughtful friend. We were kind of chatting about it in the group chat that we're using for organizing this Rising Stars event, and all of us had these memories of like Reggie going out of their way to put together these really, really cool presents of like rare or cool or unique Pokemon for us. Show of hands, how many of you have watched the, was it five shiny Pokemon that we'll never find again video? I think that like a few of you probably watched that. It's a video that did pretty okay on the channel there. I think it's top 8. And yeah, Ado. For me, the first big purchase was the the Japanese Celebi bonus disc. Also the first kind of like big dive for me, because I needed to get like a Japanese GameCube, Japanese Coliseum, Japanese Celebi bonus disc. It was like a whole ordeal to get everything needed to be able to shiny hunt. Or sorry, not shiny hunt, just get Celebi in Generation 3. So a few of you in chat are saying that you've seen that video. One of the 5 Pokemon featured in that video is actually like one of my personal favorite Pokemon of all time. Like, I don't know, I've been gifted a few really cool Pokemon, like off the top of my head in main series. One of our moderators, Anna Bear, gifted me the birthday Happiny code. Eevee of Rome gifted me like a shiny marked white Tatsugiri, because that Tatsugiri was like the thumbnail of the first viral video that I had. And Reggie Ultima gifted me a Hydro Pump Drillbur, and that was a Drillbur from a very, very, very short-lived glitched raid den in Pokemon Sword and Shield, where they like swapped / like mixed up the raid dens for Rotom Wash and Drillbur. So Drillbur was learning Hydro Pump, and it kind of got like the colloquial band name of the Hydro Mole. And I was like sleeping at the time, and I just didn't pick up the raid den. So I never managed to get my own Hydro Mole, but I thought it was so cool. I thought the Hydro Mole was just such a cool, unique, glitchy Pokemon, but it was like a glitch Pokemon that you could have gotten by accident, like as a normal player. And I think that sometimes those are the coolest glitch Pokemon, are the ones where it's like, you don't need to do anything to get it. The game made a mistake, right? So that Hydro Mole that I've since named Aquifer, because that would be like, that's like a bunch of water under the ground. I think it was a good fitting name, Aquifer. The Hydro Mole is actually a gift that I got from Reggie. They just messaged me on Christmas, and they just said, "Hey Rex, open up Pokemon Home. I have something for you." And they like showed me a Drillbur, and I immediately got like so excited. I was like, "Oh my goodness, how?" Because when that glitch first happened, you couldn't trade the Pokemon online at all, because they had a move that was illegal. Like the game would say like, "No, this is an illegal move. You can't trade this. It's an illegal Pokemon," right? So we couldn't trade it online. So Reggie had like held on in the back of their head, like, Rex wants a Hydro Mole. Rex really wants a Hydro Pump Drillbur. And they kept one of their save files active with like one badge so that they could still get Drillbur. And they waited until the DLC released, and then they grinded to get me a Safari Ball. And then they caught, so this is like such a crazy chain of events, because the Safari Ball was not in Sword and Shield when the Drillbur raid den happened. So when that Drillbur raid den happened, it was just base game Sword and Shield. So the Safari Ball wasn't available yet. So like 2 years after that event, the DLC was fully out and you could get Safari Balls. So Reggie got a Safari Ball. They caught me a Drillbur in a Safari Ball because they know how much I like Safari Balls, how much I like Safari Week and all that. And then on Christmas, they just messaged me and they were like, "Hey, I got something for you." And I don't know, that was... I'm really blessed to have the people I do in my life. Like, the number of amazing gifts I've gotten. Like I've been blessed with so many amazing gifts in life. And Drillbur is like just a digital creature. It's not real, right? But just like the thought that went in, and like the patience and everything that went into the existence of Aquifer was really, really special. And I've always wanted to do more with it, with Aquifer. Like it has its own dedicated YouTube short, and it was one of the 5 Pokemon featured in the like 5 shiny Pokemon we'll never find again video. And I'm glad that I did that all while Reggie was still with us, because is that... How do I do that? How can I check this? On YouTube, I think I can go back a little bit. I just want to see if this Pikachu sparkles. Oh my goodness. Haha. Am I like actually kind of a genius? It's a shiny Pikachu. That's a shiny Pikachu. That's like one of the Pokemon that people are always looking for. That's crazy. Okay. We're gonna play around because I spent a bunch of time setting everything up today, but not a bunch of time properly figuring out where everything is. We got shiny Pirate Pikachu to start off Safari Week, which is a great way to freaking lead off Safari Week, if I'm gonna say so myself. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wii number 5 has a shiny Pikachu. Let me just get the controller set up here. Perfect. Okay. That's one step. First step down. We figured out what screen it's on. Next step. It's finding out. Okay. How we have this set up. Rumble Shiny. We go to Rumble Shiny. Okay. And then we go to Wii number 5. Wii number 5. And then, yeah, okay, there's our Pikachu. And then, oh my goodness. Should be set to, where's the remote for that one? Uh-oh. Wait, no, I need to set the audio. Yes, okay, one of these should be correct. This one. Okay. Now, in theory, if I go back here, turn this off so that I'm not in the way. No. There we go. Okay. So now, aha. Aha, we've done it. Okay. And there's one last little thing we got to do. We go here and we go to here and we copy this. Okay. And then we go to the shiny. No, we go to the shiny. There we go. And then we paste that. And we can bring that over here. There we go. Okay. And now we're ready to attempt the capture of our first shiny of Safari Week. Now, here's something that we got that's kind of cool. the Pokeblock that we have in the Pokeblock feeder has like a 99 point something, 99.16% chance of generating a nature that will be neutral to a sour Pokeblock 80% of the time. So what we need to do is go to our bag. And we're going to throw one of these sour Pokeblocks and I should have like a for tomorrow. For tomorrow, we'll prep this. Note to self, for tomorrow, we need to have a reference sheet of what the different Japanese names are. Or sorry, like the different Japanese like chat pop-ups are for whether or not it's neutral or not. I don't actually know. But what I do know is that the next thing we need to do is throw our first Pokeball. And it's as easy as that, folks. First shiny of Safari Week secured. And then I guess I need to find some sort of text. Total shiny Safari count. Shinies seen. Copy this. Copy. We're going to go here. No, we're going to go here. We're going to paste that. I'm going to rename this. Total Shinies 2026. And then this will say Shinies 1. Easy peasy. Easy, as we say in the lab, easy baby game. One shiny caught so far. I gotta be 100% honest with y'all. I am extremely surprised that I saw that. Like, unfathomably surprised that I saw that. But that's really cool. Safari Ball, the shiny Safari Ball, the Safari Ball Pikachu is like one of those Pokemon that people like dream of getting. What is the encounter rate of Safari Ball Pikachu? Hoenn Safari Zone. Pikachu's pretty rare, right? Pikachu is the 5%. What? And what's Pikachu's success rate? Hoenn. Wait, I guess I can send the command here. Commands. Hoenn doc. Okay. Pokeblock feeder, spicy Pokeblock and feeder. Wait, no. Okay. Optimizing Pokeblocks the complex way. Pikachu. Odds of capture with complex block, 84.28%. Odds of capture per ball, 41%. Yeah, I gotta turn on battle animations. That is definitely one of those things that do as I say, not as I do, but it's like an 84.2% chance to catch. So like, odds are we were gonna get that Pikachu, but the odds are that I was not gonna see it. So kind of crazy there. Okay. Anybody got a... Oh, look at that shiny Dex entry. Anybody a nickname idea for our Safari Pikachu? I'm gonna go with Rikachu. Rika. Because we were talking about our good friend Reggie. Google Translate needs to get out of my face. Starry. I'm gonna go with Rika. Because we were talking about Reggie and it's a Rikachu. Unfortunately, since we're playing in Japanese, it is limited to like 5 characters, so we are a little bit limited there. Rika it is. I'm fine with that. Oh! What? Are you serious? Not only was it 5% Pikachu to start off Safari Week, but it's 5% Pikachu with the light ball? Am I... How do I see? Is it somewhere in here what item it's holding? Can somebody translate? 1 second. I don't know where the item name is. Let me pull up Google Translate. Second page. Pikachu Oran sticky things. Oran? Oh, it might be an Oranberry. Can Pikachu have multiple held items? Pikachu held items. Ruby. It's an Oranberry? Oh. Wild Pokemon's held items. Oh, Pikachu commonly held Oranberry. Okay. We shouldn't have looked at it. We should have just thought that it was a light ball. Anyways, that's a pretty good way to start Safari Week, if you do ask me. That's pretty cool. Still a great shiny. 5% shiny Pikachu to start off Safari Week. Will we trade these to a central trade or save file? Yeah, we'll back all these up to like one main save file at the end of Safari Week. Okay. Let me go ahead and I need to turn on battle animations. So that's going to be under... This is save, right? No, this is options. Battle scene on. We go down. Down and right. There we go. Down and right. Or left, I guess. There we go. Okay, good. Everything is lined up again. Perfect. Perfect. Ugh. First shiny of Safari Week. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, we got a little bit distracted because I mean, we got a shiny. We're gonna get distracted. I actually cannot believe that I saw that though. Pikachu? I thought, like, for sure, if shiny Pikachu shows up, there's no way that I'm gonna be able to notice it. Shiny Pikachu is a lost cause. No, I'm just that good. Good omen for the Safari Week. Galactic, I gotta be honest. Every Safari Week, I've started off thinking something along the lines of like, there's no way this Safari Week is going to be anything like crazier than last year. Every Safari Week, I start out being like, there's no way we're going to top last year. Last year's Safari Week was crazy. And then pretty much every Safari Week, this being the 7th Safari Week that we've streamed and the 8th Safari Week that we've participated in, as far as I know, unless Tops might be able to correct me. He might have done 2 before we streamed 1. But I believe that 2020 was the first Safari Week that we streamed. And I think that before that, like, he had really only done 2019. But maybe we've actually done one more than that. Yeah, Tops's first Safari Week was like definitely, of all of them, the worst of all of the Safari Weeks. During Tops's very first Safari Week, he found a shiny Krabby while he was fishing for an Illuminate Staryu, and then did not find anything for the rest of the Safari Week, which, like, dude, you were like, was it single hunting or were you double hunting at that point? Like, it's actually not even that crazy to go 1 week without getting a shiny in Gen 3. This is your first Safari Week with the lab. Hopefully it's the best one yet. Did you not manage to catch any of the Safari Week streams last year? Because you were here for the... You were here for the 100-hour Rumble stream, so you would have like already been part of the lab. Maybe you just didn't catch any streams. You were working. That's okay. Tops will be taking part. It's just going to be like out of the regular Safari Week hours. Actually, I guess you might catch one of the days of like official Safari Week hours. But we'll do Safari Week over the span of a couple weeks. So before that Pikachu so rudely interrupted me, I guess I'll deal with Cockroach Princess's question in a bit. I will get back to you, Cockroach. Don't worry. And Fawn and Games, thank you for the Shafari Pokemon name. That's great. Oh yeah, note to everybody in chat, YouTube or Twitch, if you find a shiny, I love hopping on Discord calls and like watching you do your shiny catch live. So if you happen to track down a shiny and you want to like hop in with your phone, just recording your shiny catch or fail, just let me know. I will hop in a Discord call with you. I think that that's like one of the most fun parts of doing Safari Week. So, as I was saying before that Pikachu distracted us, the Drillbur that Reggie left with me was like such a special gift. It was featured in that video. And my goal for the Rising Stars week, in honor of Reggie, who unfortunately passed away in February at the like as old as me age of 29, like he's my age, and he's not with us anymore. I'm gonna collect all of the ribbons in Sword and Shield and Scarlet Violet, and then we're gonna do some like battling with our Excadrill, and I'm really looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. And then the big goal of Rising Stars Week, and I think I've talked about this very briefly, but like things are coming together really quickly now, is unfortunately like nobody that we know was able to attend Reggie's funeral. It was kind of in the middle of the Midwest, middle of America, at like a time where none of us were able to make it out. We sent a big bouquet of flowers to the funeral, but none of us were able to attend. And I think that myself and then like some of my very, very close friends are really struggling with the concept of like having closure in all of this. We went from having a friend who, like I said, you could message with like any Pokemon question and then was just like such a thoughtful friend. Went from like having them available and like being able to chat with them whenever to them no longer being with us. So in their honor, we've arranged to host a fundraising event in honor benefiting the Starlight Children's Foundation of Canada. And if we hit our fundraising goals, we're going to be able to put together an officially licensed Nintendo Starlight Children's Foundation gaming kiosk or gaming handheld with a dedication to Reggie on it. And I don't know, the first time that we got on a call with Starlight Children's Foundation and the communications officer said, yes, we can like definitely dedicate a console to your friend. Like, I don't know, it just felt like that was going to be our avenue towards getting closure. So I'm really like, I don't know, I'm already overwhelmed by how much support we've gotten. The goal, the bare minimum goal is 3,500 Canadian. If we raise 3,500 Canadian, then like no matter what happens with any other funding, we're going to be able to deploy a gaming system in a hospital with Reggie Ultima's name on it. And that will be one of their Switch Lite. Like, it's actually a really cool system. So it's a Nintendo Switch Lite in a Pelican case, and it has like kind of everything in it that you would need as a kid to be able to play games. So they come preloaded with Pokemon Scarlet, as well as a few different Mario games. We could like go through, if anybody's interested, we can read through the list of games. But like, what's really cool is that's just a portable device they can bring into hospital rooms and allow for kids to be able to play games and take their minds off of being sick. One thing that Professor Tops, my brother who's over in chat, has said is that the Starlight gaming consoles for him really just helped him when he was younger, when he was in the hospital, just focus on, or like, I don't know, be a kid. Just play a game, be a kid, and not think about being sick. So I think that the being able to just honor Reggie's memory in that way, in the form of a gaming console, is like really cool. If we raise 10,000, it goes from being a handheld to being a full-sized fun center with like an LCD screen, a Nintendo Switch. Galactic says, going to attempt to collect some ribbons for the first time in Reggie's honor for Rising Stars Week. Hype for it, even though you have no clue what you're going to be doing. It's going to be a learning experience. Yeah, well, we're definitely going to have some like guides on ribbons available. We're going to try to streamline the experience for everybody so that if you wanted to partake and like do some ribbon mastering instead of just shiny hunting, we're going to try to streamline that so that it's something that can be done. And then my brother here, Kyle, says, as someone who spent many nights in a children's hospital, the Starlight system was the bright spot in the stay. And I think that, like, I don't know, it's going to be really nice just knowing that that's out there, you know, like we'll never know exactly when it's going to be used, but if we ever just have one of those moments where we have a question that we could have asked Reggie, we can at least think like Reggie's not there, but like his spirit is out there, probably putting a smile on somebody's face right now. And like, that's going to be worth it. Yeah, so the Tiltify is already ready. Oh shoot, I guess I need to update the commands here for that. Just on, I'll try to update the Twitch one at least, because I don't know how to set up YouTube ones, honestly. I don't know how YouTube commands work. You'd think that I would be able to learn something like that, but exclamation point edit com, exclamation point donate. There we go. Okay. Can I do the same thing on Nightbot here? Exclamation point add com, exclamation point donate. No. It doesn't exist. How many games is this? 58. We got 33 GameCubes, 25 Wii's running. Well, like pretty much just like the maximum. I could, if I had really, really felt like it, I could have more systems running, but I think that by the time you're at 58, it's kind of like, why? But yeah, we're at 58. To go back, somebody asked a question, I think because we have the Satanist tag. They were just asking what Satanism, or what the Satanic Temple has to do with Satan, and like nothing. The Satanic Temple has nothing to do with Satan himself. It's mostly just like a name used to kind of like garner attention. The Satanic Temple is more or less like a non-for-profit charity that raises funds, donates them to projects pushing for bodily autonomy, women's rights, women's protections. There's more information if you're interested in it in our Discord under rules, I think. It's like the only rule is to just like, I don't know, live the way that the Satanic Temple lays out, which is just to, I don't know, love and accept people and try to make sure that everybody's safe. Anyways, it looks really hard to manage what you've got going on already. Yeah, the other thing is, like, I already had this OBS layout for 58 systems. Like, adding any more would just be like, it would realistically just be a waste of time. Let's say it took me 2 hours to like resize everything. That would be 2 hours that I wasn't using 58 systems. And what would I be adding? Like 3? I don't know. I would need to play for a lot of hours for 3 more systems to be worth not playing on 58. And to be clear, it actually did take me just like to start off, like 3 hours to get everything turned on. It was a process today to get everything going. I think that my intention was around like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, okay, we're going to get everything set up for stream. We're going to start streaming at like 6. So I started at 5. At like 8:15, I was almost done. I went for a run. I came back and I was like, oh, it's going to take me like 15 more minutes to get it set up. And then it took me like another half hour. And then we were finally ready. We got 58 systems going, 33 GameCubes, 25 Wiis. To answer DJ Gangsta, who's asking, what does the electricity bill look like? Well, it's a great question. We have the answer right here. The lab is currently using 1,767 watts of power, and we have used about 2 kilowatt hours over the last hour and 15 minutes. So if you add that all up, I don't know, it's about, it looks like it's probably about 30 to 40 cents an hour right now, actually, with everything turned on. Canadian, which is, that's a decent price now, which is why if you got your Twitch Prime sub, make sure you smack that subscribe button. If you wanted to get the Meltan badge on Twitch, I am currently streaming Pokemon Go, as you can see. We are Pokemon going to the polls. So if you gift a sub or you subscribe over on Twitch, you're going to unlock the Meltan emblem. If you're over on YouTube and you want to become a channel member, I am like really planning on trying to focus a lot more on getting videos released early to channel members, as well as releasing more channel member specific or like exclusive videos. I think that I want to do more behind the scenes stuff before Safari Week ends, because right now the lab is like really clean and organized. Before Safari Week ends, I want to give you guys like a 2 or 3 hour uncut tour of the lab. I'm not going to edit it. I'm sorry. 2 or 3 hour videos are a lot to edit. I just want to give you guys uncut, here is everything in the lab video, because there's a lot in here and there is nothing, or sorry, there's a lot in here. And I think that like 60% of it is undocumented to the fan base. So if you want to become a channel member, be sure to do that. My brother says it's about 10 cents per kilowatt hour during off-peak hours, since it's after 5 o'clock, as well as it now being a weekend, we're off-peak. So it looks like we've used about 20 Canadian cents worth of electricity. So like we get one new Twitch subscriber every 10 hours. We should be able to cover the electricity bill of the lab. Also, since YouTube and Twitch run ads, usually we are actually able to cover the electricity cost off of your fine attention spans, everyone. Thank you. It's been 8 months since the Safari Zone event last year in Go, and we still can't send Safari balls to home. Ado, that's a good point. That's a good point. Anybody argues, I'm just saying, like, dude, I caught all these Safari Ball Pokemon in Pokemon Go during the Safari event with the promise that I'd be able to bring them to home, but I still can't. So I needed to go to Ruby and Sapphire to finally get my Safari Balls. You got 2 more questions for us. How many shinies have we ran from so far? This stream, as far as I know, none. We actually saw a shiny Pikachu, and I caught it because I'm a professional shiny hunter. Didn't exactly mean to complain about it. No, it drives me crazy, Ado. Like, it's actually absurd to me that they would promise in promotional material that we would be able to move Pokemon from
Game Enjoy It followed and the lab has grown.
From Pokemon Go with the Safari Ball into home, and we still can't. 8 months later, it's crazy to me. And I contacted support, and like last month or 2 months ago, they were like, yeah, no, you'll be able to transfer it soon. I'm like, but when though? When is soon to you? It's been 7 months. I just want to breed shiny Safari Ball cast form. That's what I want to do. Okay. How many shinies have I ran from in general? 50. Kyle, how many do you think we've ran from over the last like 6.5 years of streaming? 50 is probably an understatement. Maybe 10 a year. Kyle says less than 50. I mean, I've ran from quite a few, but maybe 50. If we talk about Rumble, don't even worry about Rumble, but like Generation 3 main series, Top says more than 30, less than 50. I think that feels like a fair assessment. Yeah. Okay. How many times have you encountered more than one shiny at a time? Personally, me, 0, even though I, in general, am the one that has spent like far more time shiny hunting with this setup. I have never found multiple shinies at the same time. But my brother has found multiple shinies 4 times. He found 2 Doduos at the same time, 2 shiny Executes at the same time, a Doduo and a Venomoth at the same time, and then apparently something else that I don't even remember. Are some of these emulation off Wii? So these are all revision 1 Wiis, which means that they have GameCube support, and all of these systems are actually running Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box. With the adventure mode, you can boot up a save file, and you can shiny hunt Yeah, I mean, you can boot up a save file in Shiny Hunt in Ruby Sapphire Box. And what's really cool about Ruby Sapphire Box is you only need one disc and one one game cartridge. Shiny Wobbuffet. Shiny Wobbuffet on the Panasonic Q. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wobbuffet's a 10%. Do you think that we could like complete the entire Hoenn Safari Zone in 1 week? I bet we actually could. Oh, yeah. So very first GameCube is the Panasonic Q. If you guys want to kind of see before we here, let me pause this. Okay. Before we pull that up, why don't I pull up like a view for us? Of what the lab looks like and where this is found. Stream PC, add window capture. I really need to like set up an extra handheld camera or something, I think. But this is fine for now. Transform, rotate 90 degrees, transform, stretch to screen. Ooh, 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 ooh. No, 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 no. There we go. Okay. So, sorry about that. Here's what we got going on. This is the classic GameCube table. So this is where the first 21 of the GameCubes reside. And the system that has just found a shiny is this one here, the Panasonic Q, which is next to our Hash and Tigers GameCube. So that's the first one. This here is our Starlight Children's Foundation GameCube, sponsored by the Kinsman Club of Oakville in June of 2003. Over here, we have GameCube Shelf. This is where the other GameCubes live, as well as our 8 additional Wiis. And then over here is the classic, the piece of art, the GameCube or the Wii Shelf, which is where 16 of our Wiis are. And then here's the Wiosk, which that screen, don't worry, it's supposed to have chat, but I couldn't get it to load properly. Up there is a piece of art signed by the voice actor from Mewtwo. And then up here, well, these are the TVs that we're shiny hunting on. This is where I'm reading your chat from. And then this is where I'm shiny hunting. I'm just kind of watching the stream overlay just like you guys. And then down here are like some of our extra systems. I can like turn those on. Oh, and then here, this is kind of cool. This is the stream controller. So this phone can turn everything in the lab on and off. Now, I obviously don't want to turn anything off. Because that would be super silly. I think one thing that I can do, let me just check the shortcuts app here. think I can turn. No, that's the whole Starlight system. I don't want to turn off the Starlight system itself. Anyways, yeah, all of these buttons allow me to track the power consumption in or turn on and off all of the systems. Actually, I guess I can do this. This is the closest thing I can do. Right now, this phone is not charging. It's set up so that when it's like under 30%, it should like start charging automatically. And when it's above 80%, it like stops charging. But if I press this button, it turns on the outlet over here that causes it to start charging, and then it'll just like charge until it's ready to stop charging. Okay, so Panasonic Q over there. Time to get Wobbuffet. Let's do this. Two shinies and 6,960 encounters. That's pretty good. Okay. GameCube shiny. Mage will do GameCube 1. There we go. Then I think I need to set audio to 1. I think we might actually do it this way. Magewell 0, 0. And then we'll do 1, 1. I need to do this. Never mind. We shouldn't do it that way. We should have just done it the way that I had it set up originally. Okay. Okay. Maybe it's just the 3 double shinies. I think it might be. I think that 3 times is still crazy. And I think the thing is, you said it happened twice last time. Then I was like, no, it's happened 3 times. But then maybe we like added an extra in our head because we thought it was more than it was. Anyways. Okay. Time to get shiny Wobbuffet. Can we get some shiny luck in chat, everybody? I'm going to give you guys a little bit of shiny PP just for being here. Galactic has sent a sparkle for 2 jewels. I don't know if I know what that means, but thank you. Okay, let's see. Is this the right audio? No. There we go. Okay. First things first, I'm the realist. First thing we gotta do, we've used the optimal white Pokeblock. This is a Pokeblock that on these save files gives us a shiny rate of 1 in 7,600. And there is if the Pokeblock activated when this Pokemon spawned, there is a 99.16% chance that throwing this yellow Pokeblock will make the Pokemon watching or it doesn't care. There's a 99.16% chance that if the Pokeblock activated, Pokemon does not care about this Pokeblock. Which means that now that it hasn't fled, it should be as simple as just throwing balls at it. Now with Wobbuffet, the number one way to fail Wobbuffet is for it to flee on the first turn. The number 2 way to fail Wobbuffet is actually to run out of balls. It is a dream of mine to run out of balls on a Wobbuffet, actually. But not today. Not today. Shiny Dex entry. We're gonna name this one Sonic because it's blue and it was found on the Panasonic. Sonic, the female Wobbuffet. ID 73, some sort of nature. And since we caught it, we'll do a little bit extra PP for everybody. I've not made a video about it because it's like overly complex and hard to explain, but I 100% like am planning a video to like the same level as the Safari Zone Kanto video to be released hopefully before they ever release Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire on the Switch. There's 2 big things to cover. One is like the ultimate gray Pokeblock, the ultimate white shiny hunting Pokeblock, and then like the full breakdown of how your shiny hunting, your shiny rates can be affected by your trainer ID and your secret ID and the Pokeblocks and the Pokeblock feeder. When we get back to shiny hunting, I'll give you like some sort of a breakdown on how it all works. I think before, just since we used 5 balls though, I think we'll quickly reset this one. You're getting Primal Dialga by the end of the Safari Week? I don't doubt it. I'm going to expect it, actually. Back-to-back shinies? No. So, Drew, the Pokeblock that I'm putting in the feeder right now, this is a a white Pokeblock. It is the rank 99 Pokeblock for effectiveness, but the rank 1 Pokeblock for shiny hunting. Because it has pretty much every flavor profile, most natures end up getting filtered out. So this Pokeblock has an 80% chance to generate a gentle nature in the... There's an 80% chance that the Pokeblock triggers. If the Pokeblock triggers, there's an 80% chance that the nature that will be generated is gentle. If you're using Synchronize, you can increase that even further by making it so there's a 50% chance of your Synchronize triggering and then the 80% of the Pokeblock triggering. But there's no Synchronize because we're playing Ruby and Sapphire. So there's a very, very high chance of generating a gentle nature with this Pokeblock. And the Trainer ID, Secret ID combination that we're running has a much higher ratio than average of gentle shiny Pokemon. Because you kind of need to think. Give me one moment, we'll be right back. Yeah, okay. Skybro failed a shiny seeking today. I'm so sorry. That sucks. Failed the shiny seeking, use the bait strat, got to 12, throw 12 balls at it. Dude, 12 balls is still like pretty decent. 12 balls is not bad at all. That one needs to use a white flute. This works. Yeah, okay. All right. Before we go any further, obviously, we need to go back here. And we need to update the number of shinies to 2. And then we can go back to shiny hunting. Okay. So, Drew, to go back to what we were talking about. Every single save file has 65,536. 65536. Yeah. Possible Pokemon IDs that can be shiny with that like trainer shiny value, the trainer ID and the secret ID combination, right? So there's 65,536 possible PIDs that can be shiny for any one save file in Generation 3 and Generation 4. And in Generation 3 and Generation 4, the nature of a Pokemon is also determined by the Pokemon ID. So, if you do the math on it, it's like mathematically impossible just right out the gate for any one save file to have an exactly perfect distribution of natures across the 40 4.3 billion possible PIDs, like whatever that number is, 4.4 billion 36 something. 1 second. I feel like I should know this. It's 2 to the 16. No, 2 to the 32. Yeah, okay. 4,294,967,296. Now, that's how many possible PIDs exist, but how many natures are there? Well, there's 25 different natures. So we take an even number and we divide it by an odd number, and right there is your proof that no save has an even distribution of natures. There's 25 natures, and 25 does not go evenly into the number of PIDs that exist. So, because of that, every trainer ID, secret ID combination, every TSV is what it kind of ends up getting reduced down to. Every TSV has an uneven distribution of natures. And if you have a TSV of 8191, which is like if your if the XOR of your trainer ID and your secret ID effectively ends up being like right around 65,536 ish, it can't be because it can only go up to 65535. But let's say it's like 65535 exactly, right? If the XOR of your TID and your secret ID is 65535, your TSV then is 8191. And if your TSV is 8191, there are far more gentle natures that can be shiny than there should be. So because of that, when we use the sacred 99th rank white Pokeblock, which generates gentle natures 80% of the time, we can dramatically increase our shiny chances. It's an extremely, extremely niche set of math that goes behind everything, and like extremely niche instances where it matters, because getting a save file with a trainer shiny value of, or a TSV of 8191 is actually a 1 in 8192 chance. So getting a save file that has the opportunity to use the optimized shiny hunting method is actually as rare as a shiny itself. But like just like 4.5 minutes into a dead battery being booted up, trainer ID 73 ends up being a TSV of 8191. So we can do that if you want, Drew. Like if you want to look at it, it's like all really overly complex, and I haven't made a good website for it. Let me find it here. I think it's in this spreadsheet, or it's in this document. Pokeblock ranking site? No. Pokeblock site. The rank 8 is like the best you can make in single player. No. Where did I find it earlier? Oh, I pulled that up on my phone. Do I have a command for it on Twitch? Maybe I do. Exclamation point. What the heck? Here, I'm just gonna DM it to you. So on that website, you can kind of play around with like figuring out what your shiny odds are in different instances. It applies to like, because of the uneven distribution of natures, synchronize affects your shiny rates. Everstone breeding affects your shiny rates. Pokeblocks affect your shiny rates. Anyway, so that is why our shiny odds today are, let me see here. Best TSV for shiny hunting with Pokeblocks. TSV 8191 uses the 5, 10, 15, 20 Pokeblock. Effective Pokeblock rate is 1 in 7,620.5. Yeah, that is my like extremely niche piece of like Pokemon knowledge. I've kind of I've wanted to make a video about it for a really long time, partially because I think it would be really funny to be able to tell anybody who's ever used Synchronize to shiny hunt in Generation 3 or 4 that they weren't doing full odds. Because, like I said, there's no save file that has perfectly even distribution of natures, so if you use Synchronize, your odds are no longer like exactly 1 in 8192. Anyways. How do you keep track of every screen? Do you have a sound on and just listen for it, or are you able to scan every little screen and see them? Yeah, so the way that everything is set up is we don't have access to audio for every system at all times. I can get the audio for, as it sits right now. I can grab the audio for multiple systems for sure. But I can't have all 58 running at the same time. There's multiple reasons for that. One is it sounds like this. Which I'm sure you can imagine is not really beneficial or enjoyable in any way. Two, the HDMI splitters that we use, or sorry, the HDMI multi-viewers that we use, which are, oops. So they're pieces of hardware that take 4 HDMI signals in and then output 1 HDMI signal. So kind of like mux 4 signals down into one, only output 1 audio at a time. So we lose 75% of our audio through multi-viewing to start, and then all of the multi-viewers are actually muxed into like a full second set of multi-viewers. So out of all 58 games, I think at most we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can have 8 audios at once. I guess technically 9. I could turn on the Starlight Children's Foundation speakers on that TV, and then we could listen to that. So we could have like 9 audios at once. Historically, way in the past, I actually did spend a huge amount of effort making it so that we could listen to the audio from everything at the same time. And if you actually go back and if you're in Twitch chat and you type !Caesar, there's a video of me getting shiny Caesar, and in that video I did have all 12 Pokemon Coliseum audios running into the PC, and I liked it. I thought it sounded like really fun when you booted everything up, but the music immediately is out of sync, right? And for Pokemon Rumble, we used to do it. I used to spend like a huge amount of effort daisy chaining all of the audio in. I spent like a couple $100 on sound cards that I'd be able to record analog audio. And then eventually we just realized that for our own sanity, having all of the game audio on at the same time literally does not help. Oh, ! Caesar pulls up the clip. What? Pulls up the clip. Huh. Maybe ! Caesar vid pulls up the YouTube video. Shiny Oddish. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Do you see where the shiny Oddish is? Panasonic Q is like kind of blessed today. So Bino, for reference, we literally just got a shiny Oddish. No way. Galactic sent sparkles for 2 jewels. Thank you for the 2 jewels. Okay. Same system as Wall Buffet. That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. That's, as we say in the lab, that shit is bananas. Okay. What do we think, everybody? Are we going to manage to get a second? Are we going to get a second shiny on the Panasonic Q? 15% chance it flees on the first turn. Actually, pause chat. I'm pretty sure that Oddish, you just throw balls no matter what. Oddish is 87% chance to succeed. You just throw balls at it. Okay. Give me one moment. Bananas. Actually, I'm gonna make you guys sweat. We're back again with another Panasonic Q Shiny. This time, Shiny Oddish is joining the fray. But unfortunately, I'm going to need to leave you all. Let me give you here's the clip of us reacting, but I'm going to briefly go grab a little bit of water. Give me 1 moment. Water time. Who's ready for another shiny? Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry I left you guys with the overlapping music. That's a huge fumble on my part. We got some shiny luck in chat. Thank you for the shiny luck, Game Enjoyer. 안녕하세요, 유나. 저는 프로페서 렉스입니다. 저는 아니 호엔 사파리존에 왔어요. Okay. All you do for Oddish is just throw balls. 87% chance of success. All you do for Oddish, like I said, is you just throw balls. 87% chance of success. All you do is you just throw balls. Like I said, all you do is you just throw balls. So easy, baby game. We would literally never fail. I think this one is Sonic 2, but we're gonna name it 2-onic because we only got 5 letters. So it's more like Zonic because it's back-to-back on the Panasonic queue. I mean, what are the odds of getting like back-to-back shinies? 1 in 58. 1 in 58 chance to get back-to-back shinies on the same system. Look at this. This is crazy. We got Sonic, And we got Zonic. Sonic? Zonic. Sonic? Zonic. Roughly how many encounters between was that? That's a great question. I have no idea. But what I do know is that we're up to 3. 3 shinies. If I was going to guess, I think it was probably like 15 encounters in between them. We got a Jin and Zonic. Okay. That being said, obviously the next step is to go back to it. Just jump. I gotta push this button, and then I gotta push this button, and then I gotta push this button, and then I gotta go over here and push a button over there. Okay. We've pushed enough buttons to get right back into the shiny hunting. Let's check. Let's check. Top left here. Back-to-back shinies? No. No. Come on. What are the odds? The layered audio is crazy. I mean, sometimes you gotta you gotta have a little bit of fun, right? You gotta mess with it a tiny bit. This is like Pokemon Battle Music Evil Edition. And it like kind of comes out. You got like a little bit of it being in sync. And then you got an absolute mess during battle. And then we push it. We run away. Beautiful symphonic combination of music. This is how it should sound. And then we start bouncing. And now it's cursed again. So that's enough of that. We're going to go back to listening to relaxing Pokemon music, but only from Hoenn. Shoot. Also, Wretched, how's it going? Good to see ya. Skybro, I'm so sorry I didn't get to, like, respond really to you finding the Goldeen. That's crazy that you bait strap failed seeking, and then what, 15 or 20 minutes later got to reclaim as a Goldeen? That's sick. Fun fact about the Seeking in Fire Red Leaf Green, though, it is underleveled. Usually I would say, like, you just get the baby evolution and evolve it. It's pretty much the same Pokemon, right? But the Seeking, underleveled, which makes it kind of cool. So I think you got to reclaim the reclaim. Deadly Canadian Dude is trying to convince you to rock the first chance that you see. Are you playing in Japanese? If you're playing in Japanese, then the optimal play is to throw a rock. If you're playing in English, throwing a rock at a Pokemon is actually an insane thing to do. Like, no, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it at all. I recommend playing however you want to, but if you want to play optimally and actually catch the Pokemon that you're spending all of this time looking for, throw a bait. I did the math. I spent eons figuring out the math on that. Speaking of figuring out the math, if you liked the Kanto Safari Zone video, we're actually going to be giving away a piece of Pokemon history. We're going to be doing what are they called? What about a 600, going once, twice, an auction. We're going to be doing an auction for the original scraps of paper used by Professor Rex in his How the Safari Zone Actually Works video, where he explains math. You're going to be able to get your hands on the pieces of paper used to demonstrate the math in the video. That's pretty cool. Piece of Pokemon history right there. Get them framed up on the wall. I don't know. Do whatever you want. I have no idea if anybody will care enough to actually want one. But if you might want to collect a piece of Professor's Lab history, be sure to keep your eyes peeled for the auction during Rising Stars Week. All of the proceeds from selling the scraps of paper will be going to the Starlight Children's Foundation, so keep your eyes open for that. Speaking of the Starlight Children's Foundation, Professor Tops and I are going to be meeting with the communications officer of the Starlight Children's Foundation Canada next Friday. So like 1 week today or 6 days from now, we're going to be meeting with them. If you have any questions about the Starlight Children's Foundation, their history, how the systems work, what their other programs are, please let me know. The communications officer of Starlight Canada has given me the A-OK to interview them. So I want to go into Rising Stars Week with you all being 100% ready. To put your money towards a good cause and like fully be confident in the fact that your money's going to a good cause. So Professor Tops is in Indonesia right now, and his girlfriend's grandmother is like 100 years old and speaks an ancient version of Indonesian that like most people don't speak at all anymore. And she just kind of like lives by herself, takes care of herself, and does whatever she wants because she's old. And Tops has just said that his girlfriend's grandmother, 100-year-old grandmother, has gifted him one alive chicken, which is crazy. What do you do with a single alive chicken, Kyle? What are you gonna do with it? One live chimkin. Name it Blaziken. Evolve it. Yeah, train it. No, you don't want to train chickens for battling. It's like really frowned upon and super illegal in North America. It's super illegal in Canada and the US. I guess I don't know if it's super legal in all of North America, but it's super illegal. Love the distinction of it being alive. One alive. Yeah, like if somebody gives you a chicken, like if somebody's like, yeah, they gave me a chicken, I'd be like, okay, so somebody like gave you like a cooked rotisserie chicken from like Zares. An alive chicken? I think there's only one thing that you should do with it, Kyle. I think you need to go watch the Minecraft movie. Okay, so his girlfriend's grandma has eye surgery next week and her 100th birthday. Man, I'm almost a third of my way to my 100th birthday, but the mathematical probability of me hitting 100 years old is quite low. Imagine, I think that like, I don't know, I don't want to be old. Being old kind of seems like it sucks. But there's so much that you can do when you're old that you can't really get away with when you're young. Like I think if I was really old, I would just kind of want to freak people out. Just be like, where am I? And then just leave, like walk away, like walk into a convenience store, pick up a bag of chips, go to checkout, then look at the kid running the cash and be like, where am I? And then just walk away. I guess there's nothing really stopping me from messing with people as a young person. I just feel like it's almost funnier as an old person. Okay, check Discord. I'm trying to zoom in on just the chicken. One alive chicken. Fascinating. Congratulations. I guess that makes up for the turkey that we like. My brother and I tried to illegally hatch wild turkeys, but none of the turkeys hatched because our dog scared the mother turkey away from the nest. So we like took all the eggs and we tried to grow turkeys. But like most of the eggs didn't do anything. One of the eggs kind of grew like a turkey ball, a ball of amorphous turkey meat. But I think that the nest was probably left too long without its mom after our dog scared it off before we took them in and tried to incubate them. So we didn't get any pet wild turkeys, but we might be getting a chicken, I guess. You can't bring it home. I don't know what she expects you to do with the turkey or the chicken, but I mean, chicken's still useful if it lays eggs, but I imagine you shouldn't keep chickens by themselves. They're probably quite unhappy by themselves. Is the chicken in Indonesia? Yeah. No, Professor Tops is currently in Indonesia and he's been gifted an alive chicken. Yeah, it's a live chicken, yes. And a live chicken is like a crazier way to say it. Is there anything grammatically wrong with saying an alive chicken? I don't think that there's anything grammatically wrong with it. A live chicken is definitely right. It's a contest chicken, not a battle chicken. Collect ribbons on your chicken. Have it do little dances and like special moves and things. Good point, good point, good point. Okay. Feel like we'll have gene therapy soon enough to fix the shortening of our telomeres. So hitting 100 will be more common, hopefully. Yeah, but do we really want people living that long? Like, I don't know if anybody here has ever read Death by Nagel. It was like one of the first essays I read when I was in university. And I gotta say, like, I agree with most of what Nagel was saying, where a lot of the value of life comes from the fact that we die. And just like not dying, it doesn't seem great. I think that I plan to die someday because I think that it gives more value to the time right now. What does Grandma expect him to do with a live chicken if he's not staying in Indonesia? I think one of the major problems is nobody can really communicate with her. She's 100 years old and speaks like an ancient dead language. I don't know if anybody can tell her that he can't take the chicken or explain it. I'm not sure. I think it's a very gracious gift. I'll take the semi-immortality and just use tricks to stay motivated, but I think if you knew you wouldn't die naturally, you might lose a lot of motivation. Now, here's another way to think about it. There is like my favorite piece of short science fiction. It's written by a Canadian, or it takes place in Toronto at least. I guess I don't know if the author is Canadian, but the story takes place in Toronto. It's called Divided by Infinity. And it's narrated by a sentience because it starts out as a human, but the sentience in and of itself persists forever, indefinitely, because when you think about it, there are infinite possibilities, and quantum mechanics would say that like everything that can happen does happen on some timeline somewhere, right? Like the timeline in which I find a shiny Pikachu right now exists, and the timeline in which I find a shiny Oddish exists. Theoretically, not really, because there's hardware limitations and like the laws of physics wouldn't dictate. But then there's like potential bit flips and like quantum bullshit. I don't know. Anything that can happen could happen theoretically, according to some sect of quantum physics, right? So when you think about that, is it not the case that in some timeline of reality, you would avoid death over and over and over and over again? Every time you could die, you don't. Every time you could get hit by a car, you don't. Every time you could choke on an apple, you don't, right? And you just never die. And Divided by Infinity, I mean, it's like a weird science fiction where like every time you narrowly avoid death, your sentience gets transferred to a timeline where you're still alive, and you end up with like getting hit by a bajillion Mandela effects because you end up being sent to timelines that are very close to yours but slightly different. So, oh, you see Wretched's on it. He says, sometimes I wonder if the reality you experience is the one where you live for as long as physically possible. And that's what Divided by Infinity kind of investigates. I super recommend it. You can read it for free online. Just look up Divided by Infinity. I don't know if you can legally read it for free online, but it's a short sci-fi. I don't know if there's anywhere you can buy it, so you can read it online. It's a great little short story. The ending is super weird, but I would highly recommend it. But do we all die at some point? I don't know. In my world line that I exist in, eventually you all die. But like, theoretically, there has to be a timeline where none of us die. So it gets kind of confusing, right? Was not expecting this flock ass mass shiny hunting setup. Dude, that's a great idea. I need a flock camera in the lab. I actually do think that like a satellite cam in the lab would be pretty cool. I can like install one right over there. If anybody ever wants to PayPal me to install a satellite security camera in the lab, I think it would be pretty neat. I almost bought like a, it's so annoying. It's actually, this is so annoying. I have tried to get like a wireless security camera for the lab at like different pawn shops multiple times. Every time I've found like a half decently priced security camera, I go and like I look up the model number and everything, and it's so freaking annoying. They always have like they always have an app. There's always an app with some bullshit subscription. I just need an IP camera. Just give me a freaking IP security camera. I connect it to my Wi-Fi, and then I can go do like a connection request and pull the video feed whenever I want. That should, why are they so hard to find? Because there's no money in it. Anyways, someday I'll find like a proper security IP camera. We got satellite, dog cam, cat cam, cat tree, 16 consoles, 6 fucking... I don't know the rest of the quote. We take it way above that. What could I... Wii shelf, GameCube table, 6 freaking switches, 18 controllers, 6 capture cards, webcam, a camera. You could just dedicate something like a Raspberry Pi to it. Yeah, but like...
Gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
We got a Twitch gift sub dropping in the lab. Just a reminder, we got Pokemon Go gifts drops on, so you get your little Meltan icon, because we're currently Pokemon going to the Safari Zone. Yo, thank you. The camera, I don't know, somebody did exclamation point camera. The camera I'm using for this scene right here is a Logitech C922. I've dabbled in higher resolution cameras in the past, and then I've realized, you know what? When I'm streaming, nobody needs to see me in 4K. I'm sorry, but you don't need to see 4K Professor Rex at 1 a.m. I'm just gonna catch up on chat here. Feel like it's that way for everything. Oh, well, there's subscriptions for like every piece of hardware, which is why I really like the Raritan power delivery units that we have set up here in the lab. They host their own web server on site. Everything is like local hosted, not connected to the internet. It's actually great. Though Dum Rex set up a bunch of shortcuts on the iPhone that controls everything in the lab. And I hard coded all of the IPs because I thought, I mean, everything has, I set static IPs for everything on my router, right? So there shouldn't really be any problem. So I called Bell because our internet's having problems. And you guys want to hear this? Okay. I'm going to play this call because I told them I was going to record this because they were, okay. This. Okay. So imagine this. I have a bunch of static IPs set for my, for like all of the automation I have set up in the house, right? And I do not want to have to go and reprogram all of the IPs because me being dumb at the time when I was programming everything, hard coded the IPs. Like in my Python script, the IP is like it's written in one time. I just needed to write it one more time. But for all of my shortcuts, I had just like copied the same shortcut a bunch of times. So it had just copied the IP that I had typed directly into the iOS shortcut. And I didn't want to have to go and change all of the IP addresses if any of the IP addresses changed. So our internet's having issues. I call Bell, who's our internet service provider, and I'm like, hey guys, what the fuck? Why isn't my internet working? And before I could contact before I was able to open a chat window, I had to walk through their hard reset process. So like they have on the Bell Help app, they have like a step-by-step on how to power off and power on your Wi-Fi router. No problem. I know how to do that, right? So the only way to go from that step to the actively chatting with a human agent is to go through the step of hard resetting or doing like a power cycle of the router. Anyways, I get onto the chat window. First thing they ask, can you turn it off and on again? I'm like, I wouldn't be able to be talking to you if I hadn't already done the process of turning it off and on again. You have it like right there in front of you. The server noted the time that I turned it off and turned it back on. But okay, we'll turn it off and on again, right? So, still broken. Something is still wrong with the connection, right? And then they start saying crazy stuff to me. They say, can you remove the RC11 jack from the router? And I'm like, I'm sorry, you have access to the information of my internet account, right? I don't have an RC11 jack in my router. It's fiber optic. And they're like, oh. I'm like, okay, so what do you want me to do? And then they're like, I was just reading off of like our notes here. I'm like, okay. And then they're like, yeah, I can see that there's like some congestion. And I'm like, okay, so the internet's being shit at 1 a.m. because there's congestion. And they're like, well, I mean, what could be happening? Now they're just like throwing stuff out. What could be happening is like sometimes the ISP will like limit your internet speeds when you're starting to reach your like monthly bandwidth limit. And I'm like, I don't have a monthly bandwidth limit. If I did, I would be super pissed off with how much we're paying for it. And then I'm like, can you just confirm with me that Bell is rate limiting me because we're near our bandwidth limit, and then they just didn't respond. So I'm like, can I please talk to somebody onshore? I would like to speak with somebody in Canada. And then they say, oh, it's actually random if we like transfer our chat, it's random who it goes to. I can't confirm that it will go to like somebody in Canada. And I'm like, great, then I want to talk to your manager because you've given me 3 pieces of useless nonsense information in the short time we've been talking. So you do not know what you're talking about, and you don't know how to diagnose what's going on with the internet. And they're like, okay, we've escalated it. Could take a little bit of time, but a manager is going to like call you. I'm like, great. I don't really want to wait around for multiple hours to possibly get a call from a manager in like another country, right? So I call Bell support and I explain what's been happening, and I have them. I'm like, can you please go look at my router's error logs? You can see starting on Wednesday at about 11:30 at night, the Wi-Fi just kept disconnecting and reconnecting all of the devices on the network over and over and over again. They would disconnect and reconnect about every 30 seconds. And they're like, we're just going to perform a reset on your router. And I'm like, okay, well, I've already done that. And they like try to turn it off and on again, and then it fails to reboot. And then they're like, okay, we're just going to factory reset your router. And I'm like, no, don't do that. I would like, I'm like, if you're going to factory reset it, just let me factory reset it. I know where the button is. Let me at least just take down a note of my settings. And they're like, oh no, it's okay. Like, it's going to maintain all of your settings. I'm like, I do not want my static IPs changed, and I don't want to lose all of the port forwarding that I have set up. So I'm like, and they're like, no, it won't do that. It won't change any of your settings. It'll reload. So I'm like, can you just confirm that? Can you email me a confirmation of that? And they're like, oh, I can't send an email from here. I'm like, okay, well, no. So I said, can you give me a confirmation of that? And they're like, what's your email address? And I give it to them. And then they say, oh yeah, well, we can't really send an email from here. I'm like, why did you ask me what my email address is then? What? So here's the call with them. You just confirm your Bell employee ID and that the factory reset will not be changing any settings or IP connection settings.
Yes, it will not change any settings from here when we do a factory reset. So this will attempt to save your B1 account credentials, the username and password, as well as the network name, the previous network name and password, the WAN and LAN settings. So my EQ is EQ74865.
And any devices that have been connected will not have their IP reset. Like, I won't need to go and reconfigure the IP of every device.
Yeah, they don't need to reconfigure anything from here. So it will just retain the connection.
Okay. So something connected via Ethernet will maintain the same IP address.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So everybody heard that, right? Everybody just heard the confirmation. Anything connected via Ethernet will retain the same IP address. Who wants to guess what happened next? Who wants to take a wild guess as to what happened next? Yeah, that's right. They remotely factory reset my entire router. So I lost all of the port forwarding settings that I had, all of the static IP addresses that I had set up, and I had to go and manually on my computer scan the network to find the IP address of everything once again. And the great thing was, I had to figure out what device was, because I didn't have any of my MAC addresses backed up. So, if nothing else, the phone that controls all of like I pretty much just have like an extra old phone sitting around that power cycles itself, so it's connected to a smart plug, and the smart plug just turns off and on when it's at like certain levels of charge. So I just have like a extra phone that controls all of the automation in the house. So, I mean, now at the very least, I have rewritten everything on that phone to be able to pull the IP addresses from a single file. So if this ever happens again, I only need to change the IP addresses in a single place. But it did in fact take me, as you might imagine, multiple hours to figure out what all of the IP addresses for all the devices were, and then program all of the shortcuts to be able to dynamically read from a file that's storing the IP addresses instead of like just having the IP addresses hard coded into the shortcuts in the programs. So that was really fun. That was like a grand adventure. I don't know like why I didn't just fix it myself. I guess was that on me? Was that my fault? I thought, you know what? We pay a lot of money for internet. I might as well have somebody else who theoretically has access to more diagnostic tools than me fix whatever is going on. So in the future, I guess no. The answer will probably be no. I don't want to do that. Unfortunately, the person on the phone probably doesn't get paid enough to know or care. That's the other thing where it was like before any of this, I requested multiple times to speak to somebody in Canada so that I could speak to somebody that was getting paid enough to understand what I was saying. Did the factory reset at least fix it? No, I still had to go and I had to like adjust more things. I don't know. I just played around with more and more of the settings. I can't even tell you what did and did not fix it, but it works now. I don't know what happened. It was just like cycling the Wi-Fi on and off. I don't know why. The factory reset fucked up everything, did not fix the problem. Eventually, some setting that I adjusted fixed things. I don't know why that setting was wrong in the first place or how it became wrong at 1 a.m. on a Wednesday. I don't know. I don't. I used to get in a lot of trouble when I worked. So I used to actually work for Bell. I was a store manager, which meant that most of the time I was just working by myself, and people would come in with like whatever absurd billing problem or phone problem they had at the time. And there were like some things that I could do as a store manager and some things that I just couldn't do, like adjusting bills and stuff I just couldn't do. And I got in a lot of trouble over the time that I was working at the store as storefront, because I was extremely not, like, I was not particularly cooperative with my employees. When I had to call like the Bell tech support or the Bell billing support, I was not overly polite with them because they were fucking useless. Just absolutely useless. And I also taught like all the customers that came through that theoretically there's supposed to be a law where if you request to call or speak with somebody in North America, they're supposed to immediately transfer you. I don't know if Bell somehow managed to throw that law in the trash, because they're not doing that anymore. But I I don't know. I hate those companies. I hate them so much. Bell, I got threatened with being fired because I reported child pornography. Somebody came in and they wanted to they were getting a new phone and they wanted to transfer everything from their old phone to their new phone. Holy crap. How dumb. How dumb do you have to be? Like, not only to be saving illicit child sexual material on your phone. How dumb do you need to be doing that in your Photos app? How dumb do you need to be to hand that phone unlocked over to somebody? So I was like, yeah, it'll take a couple of hours to get all of your data transferred over. We're going to plug this phone in to your new phone and just start up the transfer process. So I play a facade in front of them, and then I go to the back and I call the cops. And then this whole ordeal was just brutal because I called the cops. I tell them, hi, I have somebody in my store right now whose phone has child sexual assault material on it. And they're like, okay, we're gonna send somebody over. It took the Toronto Police Department 3 hours to show up. So they show up and it's the end of my shift and I don't have this guy's phone anymore because I didn't want to get I'm the only one working at the store. I didn't want this guy to start getting antsy. And it's not like I could go and back up his phone and then just be like, here, look guys, I downloaded all of the images. So the only thing I was able to do was give the police, who showed up 3 hours later, the customer contact information that I had, right? But the police show up and they're mad at me and interrogating me. And I'm like, guys, I called you. We're literally on the same side. And he's like, well, I want to make sure that I get to the bottom of this because there's potentially children out there that are being harmed. I'm like, I get that. But yelling at me and intimidating me is not going to get you anywhere. I don't know why. If it was this important, why did it take you 3 hours to show up? So I never got a follow up on how the rest of that investigation went, but I did get a warning that sharing customer personal information was a crime, and reporting the contents of a customer's personal device went against business policy. So maybe it wasn't that the reporting it was a crime, it was that it was strictly against company policy, and that if it happened again, there would be a formal write-up. And I was like, oh my god, I am actually being reprimanded right now for reporting a pedophile. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. You know what I think would have been a really reasonable answer or a response from our regional representative for that situation? In my opinion, a really reasonable response would have been something like, oh my goodness, Jake, I'm so sorry that happened. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. Are you okay? Now, a lot of you probably aren't Canadians, so you've never heard of Bell Let's Talk Day. But Bell has an annual charity event. You know what? Charity is great. I'm glad that they put they try to raise money for mental health. But I always found it hilarious that the internal systems they had made it so that the only way that I could ever get anything done was kind of by being rude to my coworkers who are underpaid and don't get any mental health support, and me, who could have very well been in had a very traumatic experience, and instead of getting the mental health support that they like tout all over the internet as like being in support of, I was like reprimanded for it. Absolutely crazy. I might have had a lawsuit on my hands if they had actually like fired me or done any retaliation of any sort. They just like threatened that if it ever happened again, that there would be serious consequences. So I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, that job sucked. I don't know why I stayed for as long as I did. But there was a day I just recently stopped taking SSRIs. So a lot of the reason, when I say I don't know why I worked there for so long, a big reason was that I had been on SSRIs while I was working there, and that kind of helped, because it made it really difficult to feel bad. You know, like the SSRIs were great at making sure I didn't feel bad, right? But I had just recently stopped taking the SSRIs, and a lady comes in, and like I said, I'm the manager of the store, which means most of the time I'm like working by myself. I'm the only one. So yeah, so I'm working with a customer, and another customer comes in, and this is a lady, kind of like middle age, big cross necklace. And I'm like, just give me a moment. I'll be right with you. I'm just finishing up here with this customer. And it's not like she had an appointment. Like, she just walked into the store, right? Like, you might, I don't know. I think it's reasonable that if you walk in somewhere, sometimes you might need to wait. Right? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. So she waits for maybe 5 minutes. And then, after I finish with the other customer, I'm like, hey, how can we help out? And she comes up snarling at me. Like, I can't believe you didn't just ask me that when I got in. This is only going to take a second and you made me wait here. I'm like, there's only one of me. You know, like I was finishing up with that customer. Like I said, it wasn't going to be a long wait. So what can we help you out with? More like blah, 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 blah. And then she says, I hope you go to hell. And then she spits on me, which I think is like technically assault. So that day I just wrote up my resignation letter. I sent it to like my boss as well as the regional manager and corporate. I was like, this is what happened to me today. You guys do not pay me enough for this. I'm done. And then that was that. I trained my replacement, which was like, you know what? That was a very nice thing for Jake to do. I don't think I had to do that. I should have just left that day. I think if it was me now, I would have just locked the store and gone home and never come back. But Jake, back then, I was nice. And I trained a replacement. Anyways, that was my time working at Bell. Working at Bell absolutely sucked. Imagine you called the police again. Well, I mean, the police would have taken 3 hours to show up if the last time I called them was any proof. I would have needed my manager to have actually provided the security camera footage, which, like, God knows if we would have done that. I don't know. My manager was a weird guy, man. Anytime my friend or I, like, so he knew. So it was like me and my friend were the only two employees of the store. And he knew we both had girlfriends. But anytime a female came into the store, he'd be like, oh man, she was cute. What do you think? You know, maybe that's the girl for you. And I was like, I have a girlfriend. And then anytime our girlfriends came in, he would just like compliment, I don't know, just hand us like after they left 1,000 compliments about our girlfriends. And I was like, dude, weird. Weird. I don't know. Don't talk about my girlfriend at all. It's okay. Just you don't need to. I think so. My friend worked there and then he quit and I hired my other friend. And my other friend is from Sri Lanka and he kept calling him African. Like multiple times. He said that my colleague was African and he's like, that's not even close to correct. Like if he kept calling him Indian, maybe he's like, maybe then like there's some sort of correlation and they're kind of close, but not even close. I don't know why I worked there for so long. That job sucked. Anyways, this is supposed to be a very positive YouTube stream today. I don't know how we got caught on that. That was just a tangent. I think partially because I'm still frustrated that I had to spend like 3 hours reconfiguring everything for the lab. The lab right now, dude, the lab is working so well right now though. I hope everybody can just appreciate this. We have 58 Nintendo consoles plugged into the stream PC. It is using all 10 HDMI inputs for all of, like, there's 10 1080p HDMI signals coming in through the capture cards. We have 4 TVs, 3 TVs and a monitor, 4 screens plugged in to the stream PC. We got a wireless GameCube controller hooked up. Boom, check this out. You guys want to know how I'm counting? Watch this. Push that button, counter goes up. Oh, don't want to move, don't want to move. Need an alarm that buzzes when it detects stars. I mean, I could program something to like auto detect shinies in a couple of days. I just don't want to. Because I don't need to. Because I saw that shiny before it freaking sparkled. Shiny Doduo. Pew, pew, pew. What is that? I think that's like the last shiny to get if we get this Doduo is we just need to get Girafarig. Let's go. Easy game. That is 9, 18, 20, 21. No, 9, 18, 19, 20, 21. I think that should be that GameCube up there. Okay. Yo, Galactic with the sparkles for 2 jewels. I don't know what jewels are. I'll need to look into it. But let's pull this screen up so we can catch this Doduo. Shiny number 4. This should be, theoretically, GameCube number, if I'm correct, 22. Boom. So smart. How am I so smart? How does he always know? Okay. Let me try to figure out the audio situation here. Okay. Should be this audio. I can only name it something that's 5 characters long. Just remember, we're playing in Japanese. 5 character max on the IDs or the names. Let's catch shiny number 4. Here we go. Now, Doduo. Doduo. We're just gonna throw balls. Odds of success. Actually, I'll let y'all decide. Odds of success with balls alone is 82.21%. Odds of success if we throw a Pokeblock is 84.28%. What do we think? 82.21%, 84.28%. Balls or Pokeblocks? YOLO it? YOLO it and balls? Frick it we ball? Okay. Our fate is still not sealed, but in a moment it will be. Here we go. Or do we go near? Balls, Pokeblock, or go near? Go near is Mickey Mouse. Okay. First ball. Watching carefully. Second ball. Third ball. Fourth ball. This thing has a 41% chance to catch per ball, by the way. What? What? Doduo's catch rate per ball is 41%. 4 balls and then a flea? Are you serious? Fails. 1. Wop wop. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What do we think about... What do we think about this? It is 1:30 in the morning right now. I could go to sleep, drink a bunch of water because I'm donating blood tomorrow. Wait, am I donating blood? When did I get my tattoo? February. How long after a tattoo are you allowed to donate blood? Three months. It's been more than 3 months. I got it in February. Okay. I could go to bed, drink some water, go to bed, get a good fresh start to tomorrow. Or if somebody donates $5 to these Starlight Children's Foundation, we'll go for another shiny. However long it takes, we'll go for another shiny. I don't have any Pokemon packs. Pokemon packs are like impossible to find. I might try the Walmart tomorrow, but like, I don't know. So I live in a small town. I don't know who keeps buying all of the Pokemon packs. Somebody in my small town is like crazier about Pokemon packs than I am because they're always gone. Anyways, $5 donation. I'm gonna go get this other GameCube set up. $5 donation to the Starlight Children's Foundation to get us continuing on our goal for Rising Stars Week. We continue for one more shiny. It's everyone scalping is so bad right now. I mean, for me, it's just like, I'm like, where are you coming from, man? Where? I don't know. I like kind of want to meet this guy just to see who is this? Whomst is this person that is stealing all of my Pokemon card packs? And it could be somebody from out of town, like super easily could be somebody from out of town. When Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl released, I went to Walmart at 7 a.m. to buy my double pack. And when I got there, there was like 8 people that had driven like an hour to this small town Walmart so that they would be able to buy their PlayStation 5s. So like it definitely happens. I just don't know if people are going for like, you know, are people coming to Walmart for the 7 a.m. Pokemon card drop on Friday in my small town? No clue. It could be people from other cities for sure. Now, all that being said, they did sell out of all of the Pokemon 2025 World Championships decks. And I asked if I could have the empty box, and somebody gave me the empty box. So, it's kind of a win. Yo! Drew! With the $5 donation. Let's go. I can't hear it. I don't know how loud that was. That was probably super loud. Oh, just in time. Just in time. Wretched with another $5 donation. I mean, I appreciate it, y'all. Like I said, if we hit our $3,500 donation goal, we get to like deploy a handheld. If we hit our $10,000 donation goal, we get to deploy like the big full-size one with Reggie's name on it. And I don't know. I just really want to try and make something good out of a really bad situation. I feel weird about being excited for the event, but I just am looking forward to the opportunity to like make something good out of something that sucks. I used to get card packs on the regular, but you can literally only get them when you catch a pre-release drop on the Pokemon Center Canada now. I managed to order not an ETB because they were sold out, but I did manage to order a few 30th anniversary packs from the Pokemon Center when they dropped stuff earlier this week. I do want to open 30th, so I tried to order some. Wretched, thank you so much for the donation to the Starlight Children's Foundation, even if you are leaving. You donated $5 so that we would keep streaming, even though you aren't even sticking around. Oh, no, it's okay, Paradox. Reggie Ultima is somebody who was a really... I don't know, really finely integrated member of the Pokemon Ribbons community and a really dear friend to me and some of my friends. And unfortunately, we lost them in February. They were only 29. And I said it earlier in stream, but none of us were able to attend the funeral. And we just, I don't know, it feels, the whole thing feels really strange. So we spoke. I spoke with the communications officer of the Starlight Children's Foundation Canada, and if we hit our fundraising goal, we're going to be able to deploy a Starlight gaming system somewhere in Canada, and we can actually decide like which hospital we want it to go to. I think I'm probably going to allow the community to vote between it being deployed at like my local hospital or one of the bigger ones. Local would make for the Tiltify goal to be done easier. No, it's the same regardless of where we deploy it. Oh, the Pokemon caught. No matter where it gets deployed, my brother and I are going to so because hospitals have fairly specific rules around visitors and stuff, we probably won't be able to do like a grand unveiling at the hospital, but my brother and I will be able to go to like the head office on the day when like the system is ready to be sent off, and we're going to be able to be there to like see it off with the sticker and everything. I don't know, maybe that's a question I'll ask on Friday. So next week, Friday the 24th, I am meeting with the chief. So I'm meeting with the communications officer of Starlight Children's Canada on Friday of next week. So if you guys have any questions about the whole process or anything, feel free to let me know. If you have any questions about the charity, let me know. If you go to the Tiltify link, you can find more information about the charity there, or you can search Starlight Children's Foundation Canada, get some information that way. But no matter where it gets deployed, we're going to be able to be hands-on with the system before it is deployed. And then on Friday, I'm actually going to be playing. I have like set aside pretty much the whole day. We're going to go at 9 a.m. and they're open from 9 to 4. I'm invited to be there as long as I want to play on one of the Starlight Children's Foundation kiosks. And I'm going to catch some Pokemon when I'm there. And everybody who does the charity donation or the donation submission. Actually, let me check here. Did either of the donations that came through request a drawing from Rex? Let me see here. Donations. No, there's no incentives there. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to give everybody the option, like if you donate prior to the event or very early into the event window, I'm going to give you the option of either getting one of the Starlight Children's Foundation Pokemon that I caught before the event, or one of the ones that I catch after the event. But if any of you want to get your Starlight Children's Foundation Pokemon before the event and possibly try to collect some ribbons on it during the event window itself, if you donate $20 now, you're going to be able to get a random Pokemon from the Starlight Children's Foundation Fun Center from the head office within the next couple of weeks. What are the dates for Rising Stars Week? I mean, like the official dates for the event are going to be August 19th to 26th. That's like the week right before Pokemon Worlds. So it works out where my friends are all available that week leading up to Worlds. I think there's a very good chance that since I'm not going to Worlds, I might continue some ribbon collecting into the World Championships. I think what would be really cool, like the goal is $10,000, 10,000 Canadian dollars, so that we can deploy one of the fun centers. I think that what would be really cool would be deploying one of each, a fun center and a handheld. So 13,500. I don't know if it's going to be possible. I don't know if it's going to be, I don't know if that's too much to ask. But I'm hoping that as a community we can come together and like make our mark. Shiny hunters and ribbon hunters come together and just put a system out into the world that kids are going to be able to enjoy for a really long time. I think we're already 3% of the way there, so not impossible. Bummed I wasn't at least able to get an XP ticket. Yeah, I mean, I'm unsurprised that I didn't get invited to Worlds, especially after the whole being banned from the Pokemon Professor program thing. Unsurprised, but I'm also feeling like it's giving me a lot of freedom. Like prior to, like if I, let's say I was still trying to be part of the Pokemon Creator program, I wouldn't have been able to cover the wireless trade program that Tornadus made, and it wouldn't have had like all these eyes that were really excited to kind of see it. I don't I don't know if they've been able to put like how much work they've put in since that video, but like my hope is that them having over between like YouTube and Instagram, I think it was like over 50,000 people who saw their project. I hope that like gave them some inspiration to keep working away at it. But I never would have been able to cover that if I was still trying to be part of the creator program. So I've just kind of resigned myself to thinking like I could keep trying to be part of the creator program, but in all honesty, like it didn't make me feel fulfilled to be part of the creator program. I still felt like an outsider when I was there. There was like an imposter syndrome to be playing with Leon Hart, you know, playing Pokemon cards with Leon Hart. I was like, I felt like I didn't deserve that spot yet. And I definitely think that like that was wrong to feel, but I just didn't, I don't know. I met some like super, super nice people, and I met some very snobby people in the creator program. And I think that trying to tailor my content to like follow the rules of the creator program just means that I limit talking about stuff that I think is cool. Like I'm not allowed to talk about some stuff that I think is cool, and I just want to be able to talk about stuff that I think is cool. Like the GB Link project sent me 2 GB links. I'm excited to work on something like, I'm excited to mess around with that. I think that there's some really cool stuff that I'm going to be able to try with it. Wouldn't really be allowed to talk about it. I don't know. It's like, I'm bummed I didn't get it. I'm sure that some of you feel like Rex deserves an invite. But at the end of the day, I've just kind of resigned myself to being like, it's fine. And on that, not getting a ticket, like we didn't get an invite. We didn't get selected for any of the raffles for tickets. And the competitors that we knew who qualified did not offer any tickets. I think that right now there was somebody who said like, if I don't sell my tickets, they're all yours. But like those tickets are selling. There's no way that tickets aren't selling. And like, I didn't really want to accept a gift of tickets from anybody when tickets are selling for like 400 USD. I wouldn't have felt good about like accepting an 800 USD gift from somebody, right? And if somebody offered me a ticket and not Kyle, I wouldn't want to go. I wouldn't want to go do it by myself. Worlds is not the sort of thing that I would ever want to go do myself. I did GoFest by myself this year because Tops was just like feeling really overwhelmed with everything else. But Worlds I would not do on my own. How are people selling tickets? So competitors who qualify for Worlds get tickets for themselves and 2 weekend spectator passes. So the people who are selling tickets are the competitors who qualified, and their tickets are set up in a way where there's a portal that they can just put names onto the tickets. So you can't resell tickets that you purchased, but you can definitely sell the tickets that you earned by qualifying. Oh, interesting, Game Enjoyer. I guess I needed to find somebody who had another GB link. It would be fun to hop online and mess with connecting. I don't know when I will do it, but maybe after Safari Week we can mess with it, or on maybe one day after a Safari Week stream. I'd be down to hop on and try seeing how that would go. Anyways, the other thing was, like, I applied for my creator pass. It was my second year in a row where I have pitched the idea, because they like, you have your creator pass, and then they had a window to like host your own panel or workshop. And I was like, my idea for a workshop is, you know, like a, wow, oh, shiny Oddish. Shiny Oddish. That's crazy. That is shiny number 5 in 17,000 encounters. Holy moly. Let's, Jarvis, pull that up. There it is. Not bad. Not bad. What system is that, though? Is kind of the question. That would be GameCube number 20. This one. Literally right there. But is it, though? Okay, we got to give out a little bit of shiny PP for y'all. How do we... Yeah. This is probably the easiest way to do it. Rex, you're a genius. Rex, you've done it. You pulled up the Oddish. Let's get some gambling in chat. How do we do this? How can I easily do this? Now, here's what we're going to do. We are only going to throw Pokeballs at this Oddish, okay? Pokeballs only. Oddish's success rate is 87.07% with balls alone. If you want to bet against me, I will offer a 20 times payout in the event that we fail this Oddish. In order to gamble, type !PP, that'll tell you how much PP you have. Then type !PP space give. And then if you're on Twitch, @Professor's Lab, or on YouTube, I actually know on YouTube you can do it too, @Professor's Lab, and then how much you want to wager. If we fail this Oddish with balls only, I will pay you a 20 times payout. $500? $500? That's all you're gonna offer? Rough. Also, sorry, Brofessor's Lab Galactic with a B, Brofessor. Shiny, 5 shinies. Crazy.
Tetrati 0N followed and the lab has grown.
$500. Okay, who else is wagering? Galactic has bet 500 PP that we're gonna fail. Also, Tetraton, welcome on into the Professor's Lab. If you missed it, my name is Professor Rex. Super cool to have you here. Anybody else gambling? Anybody else gambling? $10,000. Okay. I think everybody's had plenty of time to gamble. Here goes. First ball. 1. Oh. Second ball. Third ball. Three balls and only one shake? Or what the heck? Fourth ball. Sorry, excuse me? What is Oddish's success rate? 87%? 50% per ball? There's no reason it should not be shaking. Are you kidding me? Ball number 5? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, easy as that. Boom, pay up. This is our PP Oddish. Shiny Dex. Oh, no, not Shiny Dex entry. We already got that. We already have it. Shinies? 4. Fails? 1. 5 shinies already, though. I mean, that was pretty quick. I'll offer the same gambit. I'll offer the same gambit. $5 donation to the Starlight Children's Foundation. We'll do one more phase. Otherwise, I'm gonna probably head to bed. But before I do that, let me just bring us back to the main scene here. Nice. $5 donation to the Starlight Children's Foundation. We do one more phase. I'm gonna go get some water while we wait for that, though. You donate through YouTube. Unfortunately, YouTube, so like when I first had the idea of working with Starlight Children's Foundation, I could find them on Galactic with the $5. Let's go. Thank you. Okay, guess that means we can keep going then. Through the link is ideal. The Starlight Children's Foundation Canada, for some reason I wasn't able to set up a charity through YouTube. I can set up a charity through Twitch, so I might end up doing that in the long run and just like combining the two totals. But YouTube only seems to have American charities. I have to fix this one. This one I have to fix this. And then we can get back to hunting. Galactic, you totally did. You totally did it correctly. Man, when I get back to streaming, I should just be way greedier. I should just always be like, guys, 3 gift subs, we do another phase. Anyways, as I was saying before, we were so rudely interrupted by that oddish. Yeah, my idea for the... So I applied for Pokemon XP as a creator. Not surprised I didn't get accepted, right? But I was surprised last year. Because last year was like, I worked really hard. The last video I had produced had like 350,000 views. I had a really great idea for the Pokemon Rescue project. And so they were looking for like workshops and panels, like community events and panels and workshops hosted by creators. And I was like, my idea is a 1-hour workshop detailing the process of transferring a Pokemon from Ruby and Sapphire all the way up to Diamond and Pearl, as well as highlighting the different ribbons and experiences you can collect along the way as you do that, right? And like, I don't know why that didn't get approved. I don't know why Play Pokemon is like so adamantly against Pokemon Rescue, because I tried asking like if we could get a table at regionals. I sent them pictures and like I sent them a couple of the emails I got after the Pokemon Rescue project ran in Worlds. I was like, here are like some of the successes. Here are the smiles on people's faces as they were getting Pokemon. Here are a couple of the emails I got after the event. Like, you'd think that with documentation like that, they would be like, wow, this is a great fan project. We'd love to support this. But Play Pokemon took literally months to get back to any of my emails about trying to host Pokemon Rescue at regionals, to the point that right after Worlds, I sent them an email being like, hey, this is the success that we had at Worlds. Do you think that we could discuss potentially finding space for Pokemon Rescue at the upcoming Milwaukee regionals? And I did not get an email back from them until 2 days after Milwaukee regionals. And their email was pretty much like, hey, so sorry we missed your email. I guess the event's passed now, but if you have any other blah, 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 feel free, if you want to talk about a different time, feel free to reach out. So I emailed them about Toronto. I'm like, Toronto's happening in January, it's whatever, end of October now. Toronto's in January. I'd be happy to discuss something in January. Never heard back. that one, I actually don't think I ever heard back. Not only did they not email me back 2 days after the event, but I just don't think I ever heard back about the one from Toronto. I have, at this point, pretty much just like given up on ever trying to be friends with the Pokemon Company. It's just not really worth wasting my energy on. And it's not worth wasting my energy on like whether or not Pokemon thinks that I'm good enough to be an ambassador for them. So we're going to host our own events. We're going to do our own cool stuff. And something that's really exciting, if any of you are Canadian, I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't know how to pronounce her name because I haven't watched like any of her streams, but it's like Danny Rion. She's like a really big TCG content creator from Ottawa, is hosting this like massive free card show in Ottawa. And I reached out to her and I was like, hey, this is the project that my brother and I run. It's called Pokemon Rescue. This is what we do. And like that, they've snapped us up. So if any of you are going to be around the Ottawa/Gatineau area, Danny Rion, Vaporeon, Danny Rion, Denerion. Okay, there we go. Denerion. Gotcha. Yes, so Denerion has invited us out. We're going to be running Pokemon Rescue at the Ottawa Gatineau Classic on August 31st. So if any of you are near Ottawa, August 31st, we're going to be running Pokemon Rescue, and I'm really excited. This is the first time we're going to be running it at like an unofficial or like a non-TPC event. And I'm like way more excited for this because the hosts are actually excited to have us there. For TPC, the Pokemon Company really wanted us to just leave. I think like in their ideal world, if I didn't exist, things would have been easier for them. They don't want me to exist. The hosts for the OG Classic are excited for Pokemon Rescue to be there. And it kind of made me feel really good about the project that we've put together because somebody else saw the value in it to the point that they were like, we're going to get you a table. We're going to put you in the featured area next to the video games and the pinball machine. So we're getting like a prominent location. And from there, yeah, and then I sent some emails out to a couple of other events, and we have a table that we are likely going to have set up for the Toronto Game Expo in Toronto as well. So that's going to be really exciting. And I think that this is all just going to be the start. I think that over the next few months, my goal is to like really buckle down and focus on getting some very strong videos done, getting the Pokemon Rescue video finished. And I think once that Pokemon Rescue video is finished, the sky is going to be the limit. I think that video is going to do really well. I think that the ending to that video is the sort of video that like will really resonate with people. I think that I don't know, I think a lot of people are going to end the rescue video with like tears. And I think that that's a really good way to end a YouTube video. It sounds kind of messed up, but like if you can actually tell an emotional story to the point that I genuinely think people will be crying, sounds pretty good to me, right? So I think that like it's so yeah, I don't know, so good. All about storytelling. Do you want, and you guys want to know how I'm pretty sure that the end of the video will do well? it's because the end of the video has already been posted somewhere. The way that I've always been planning on ending the first big Pokemon Rescue video. The ending is out there somewhere, and it was posted by my friend who had at the time like 1,000 Instagram followers. And that Instagram reel that compromises what will be the end of the first episode of Pokemon Rescue got like over 250,000 views. I think that's a pretty good indicator to me that we're doing something right. Don't think it's a matter of being good enough. Like you said, people love Pokemon Rescue. It's a wonderful project. Yeah, I mean, I think that the reason that I need to step away from the Play Pokemon events and stuff is because it just felt really, I felt really bad. Being like explicitly told like I'm not allowed in the venue. I need to be like outside in public areas. I don't know, it just felt like, I was like, wow, I just want to help people and do something nice, and like, we're using official hardware, we're using the official process of transferring Pokemon, like, kind of lame of you guys. So moving to unofficial events is actually going to help us like twofold. One, we can do way cooler stuff now because we don't need to necessarily just keep everything official. Like, I wanted to do events from like some of my old event distribution cartridges. Screw it. What's Pokemon going to do? They're going to tell me that I'm not allowed to turn those on? Maybe I won't advertise that I'm going to be giving away Shiny Raikou, but I think that if I turned those distribution cartridges on and people happened to pick them up, that'd be kind of nifty. Drift Speed, what mon is he hunting? Sorry about that. The plan actually today was to shiny hunt for Golduck. But I had the Acro Bike instead of the Mach. So I have the Acro Bike, which is for bouncing, instead of the Mach Bike, which I need in order to access the area where you can surf to shiny hunt for Golduck. So Golduck is the second rarest Pokemon in Ruby and Sapphire, shiny level 25 Golduck specifically. And I didn't feel like, and I was like, you know what, we might as well do a little bit of classic bouncing in the Safari Zone before we go ahead and shiny hunt for Golduck for like the rest of the week, right? So we got distracted. We've spent the last 4 hours or so bouncing, but we have found a lot of shinies, and like, we are going to end up, if we just go for Golduck, the rest of the week is going to be a lot of encountering Psyduck and Golduck over and over. So I thought, hey, you know what? Might as well have a little bit of fun bouncing before we go on to the Golduck. But yeah, Galactic, did you see Jelane's, was it Jelane's video that you saw? Where she showed her dad the Pokemon that we had rescued together? Yeah, I think that like the whole story for how that happened, Galactic, was we had run Pokemon Rescue at Worlds, and I think like our Worlds run last year for Pokemon Rescue was super successful. At the end of the event, Jelane runs up to me. I have like both the cases in my hands. I'm leaving the venue. She runs up and she's like, "Oh my God, you're doing Pokemon Rescue. I think it's so great what you're doing. I looked everywhere for my copy of Pokemon Diamond, but I couldn't find it." And she just like starts crying. Because her Pokemon Diamond had Pokemon on it that her dad caught with her when she was a kid. So her dad played one game, she played another, and so like between the three of them, they played Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald together. And on her Pokemon Diamond, she had Pokemon Caught by Mike. And then I think it was early 2025 or late 2024. Her dad had a stroke and is now like nonverbal. And there's so many good memories tied to getting those Pokemon with her dad when they were younger. And she was just so thankful that, and she kind of told me this. She's like, I couldn't find my games. I'm going to look everywhere for them. So the next time you're at an event, like I want to bring these Pokemon up. And I found her, or I said like, here, message me. We'll like figure something out. She said she was going to be able to potentially attend the Milwaukee Regionals. So I was like, okay, I'm going to apply. And I applied to work the Milwaukee Regionals, and I got a role as a professor working the Milwaukee Regionals. And I was like, okay, perfect. I'm going to drive there. I'll bring Pokemon Rescue. We'll rescue Jillian's Pokemon. We managed to bring up some of Mike's Pokemon. And I left her with one of the Pokemon Rescue team jackets, because I thought, you know what, who deserves a Pokemon Rescue Team jacket more than somebody who, you know, I think is just going to really cherish that jacket. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Jillian threw it in the trash, but I doubt it. Do I really have 58 GameCubes? I have 33 GameCubes and 25 Wiis running Pokemon Box. And through Pokemon Box, we are running the Adventure Mode, which allows us to shiny hunt in Ruby and Sapphire. Well, Adventure Mode lets us play Ruby and Sapphire on the GameCube or on the Wii. So we're controlling all of them wirelessly with the Nintendo Wavebird controller. It's a wireless controller that communicates through radio frequencies with all of our systems at the same time. Do you plan on making Pokemon Rescue merch? I think that we would need to unofficially name it Professor Rex-Q or something, or Professor Rescue. I think we could get away with. I wouldn't be able to sell Pokemon Rescue merch, but I think Professor Rescue, kind of sick. And we would probably need to like make our own label for it, just because I recreated the official Pokemon Rescue logo from the Pokemon Rescue trailer for Sun and Moon. Pokemon Rex-Q. I think that like Rex-Q too complex. I like it. I think it's funny. I might call it Pokemon Rex-Q in the future, but I think if we do any merch, we would do Professor Rescue. Lego Rescue is an old set. Oh, like an old Lego set with fire trucks and stuff. How many switches? So there's no switches running right now, but we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. 9 switches. And one that died. Does each GameCube have a Game Boy Advance connected to it? So what's really cool about Pokemon Box is the entire ROM is actually stored on the disc of the Pokemon Box system. So the entirety of Pokemon Ruby Sapphire is saved on the disc of Pokemon Box. And the only thing that it reads off the cartridge is the save file. once it's read the save file and it's prepared to Pokemon Adventure, you can actually disconnect the Game Boy Advance and you only need to reconnect it in order to save. And since the GameCube memory is actually big enough to store the entire piece of software needed to run Pokemon or Adventure Mode for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, once that boots up, you can take the disc out. So you use the disc to boot up Adventure Mode, and then you can take it out and you can disconnect the Game Boy Advance. So at the moment, my Game Boy Advance is sitting unconnected to anything. Yeah, so right, so I was saying, like, Pokemon Rescue, I'm gonna buckle down. There's like some videos that we really got to get done here in the lab. I think that one thing that I've been struggling with is I'm overwhelmed by the number of projects that I want to do. But Pokemon Rescue is like a very big video project that I think needs to be prioritized. And I have a couple of ideas. I think if that video does really well, there's like two things I really want. One of them, video sponsor. It's really, really, really expensive to do Pokemon Rescue because all of the travel costs are just me doing it by myself. Or like me and my brother paying for everything ourselves. Two, I want to sponsor because I want to do like a road trip of Pokemon Rescue. If that video is big enough, I want to pitch the idea of a Pokemon Rescue road trip. So we get a sponsor. I let them wrap my car. I want Pokemon Rescue on the side of my car. And I'm like, I'll be like, look, I want the Pokemon Rescue logo on my car. You can put your brand logo on the car. That's fine. And then I want to do a cross-country road trip where we like have people submit what they want to have rescued and what city we would need to come to, and do like a cross-country road trip doing Pokemon Rescue. I think that would be so cool. Have to journal and stay focused on what's important. I think that that's like something I am really trying now to like lock in on. Last week, one of my major focuses was I cleaned the whole like basement lab area. So it is organized. Things have correct places to go. And because of that, I'm really hoping that like, as long as I maintain the mindset of like putting things where they need to go and keeping things organized, we have a nice, clean workplace to make more professional content. As a fellow Canadian, that sounds great. Yeah, I mean, it would probably be the US and Canada. I don't know. The thing about Canada is like you really only need to go to 5. Just saw a shiny giraffe in the top right, top left. No! Let's see it. That was the last one we needed. No way. It was a third shiny on the Panasonic Q. Thank you for the 5 cents, Galactic. I can't believe that. That sucks. RC, what you don't know is that top left game is the Panasonic Q, and it's already found 2 shinies today. Oh, Giraffe was one of the ones that I was kind of trying to look out for with the noses. I was like checking all the noses. Oh. Run strat. Well, I did say that we would do one more phase. I think that since we saw the shiny giraffe, it counts as a phase. What do you think, Galactic? Does it count as a phase if we fail it? If we like don't, if it existed, their shiny was there. Would count if I saw it. We have to do another phase. Damn. We would have never known if it hadn't been pointed out. I mean, just imagine how many we've missed. I'm gonna have to be more careful on giraffes. What were we talking? Yeah. Imagine how cool that would be. Like, I come to your city and I rescue your Pokemon. Golduck time? I think Golduck will be a tomorrow stream. The Grand Rescue Road Trip would be so rad. I think it's a great idea. It's just like, that's the sort of thing where I need a sponsor. I don't even need them to pay for a hotel. I don't mind sleeping in my car. I will use public pools for showers. Like, I am entirely okay with being unhoused. But, I need somebody to, like, wrap my car and pay for gas. Oh, somebody was asking if we've been affected by the wildfires. The wildfire is like 1,000 kilometers away from where I live. We did get a lot of smoke. And, like, I went for a run today and the weather was still rough. But I was also like, I'm like, I think that right now they're saying that 24 hours outside is the same as smoking like 7 cigarettes. And I was like, you know what? Your lungs heal. Smoking like 1 cigarette today in exchange for actually getting exercise is actually probably worth it right now. Do you find looking at the sprites easier than the text box, which would have a slight delay due to the sparkle? I think the text box can help, for sure, but with like 58 systems at once, I can't look at all of the text boxes. It definitely can help in Fire Leaf Green. It's one of the reasons that I don't run shiny starters anymore. Or like shiny, I don't lead with shiny Pokemon when I'm shiny hunting anymore, because too many times did I get thrown off by the shiny sparkles. Can you wrap it in Christmas paper? The car? I mean, I'll be honest, if somebody offers, if like a sponsor offers to pay for my gas for me to do the cross-country Pokemon rescue road trip, they can wrap my car in whatever they want. Like literally whatever they want, it's fine. If you play all the sounds at an even level, would you be able to hear the sparkle? Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. But I'll show you what the sounds start to sound like when you have all of them going. So this is a 10? Nah, 8. This is 8 of the game audios. And it definitely can help, actually. So something that a lot of people might not know is I cut the headliner out of my car, and I installed 2 Vistion dockable entertainment systems, which were officially licensed DVD players with Game Boy Micros installed in them. So I can play Game Boy Advance games on the go in my car. But I didn't just install one central Vistion, I installed 2 side by side. And I set it up in my car so that the audio from the left Vistion goes to the left speakers, and the audio from the right Vistion goes to the right speakers of the car. And I was showing this to my friend while I was in Chicago, and we're driving, and he's shiny hunting, and mid-sentence, I'm like, wait, don't touch anything. I swear to God, I just heard shiny sparkles. And it was. He got shiny Sandshrew on the Vistion dockable entertainment system. So the sounds can help. But the honest truth is, the way that the PC streaming setup is arranged, we only actually get the audio from up to a maximum of 10 systems at a time. That is just because I used to, like many moons ago, mux all of the audio together so that we got like 16 game audios at the same time, and it just led to instances where we were going more and more insane. And I decided, for the amount of work that I needed to put in to enable all of that game audio to come through at the same time versus what benefit we got from it, it just wasn't worth it. But yeah, I mean, like last August, my brother, Professor Polytoad, and I did the did a 44-hour drive from Los Angeles to Toronto because Air Canada canceled our flights and we needed to get back so that 2 of them could go to work. We drove all the way across the country in less than 2 days, and we saw nothing. I would love to do a Pokemon Rescue road trip and like actually get to spend time, probably me and my girlfriend, getting to see like all of North America. Do you think we'll ever do a long stream like the 100-hour one again? Like 24 hours? I think 100 hours? 100 hours? No, probably never 100 hours again. I just think that we're too old now. I think that the 24-hour streams and the 100-hour streams were like a lot easier when my brother and I were younger. Remember, everybody, this is my 7th Safari week, right? Like, I'm not a young gun no more. 24 hours we could probably do sometime. Stop by Nashville? Put your name on the list. I think that would be really cool. I don't know if you guys ever had... Yeah, I guess there was like the Taylor Swift vote for which school got a concert sort of thing. But I would think like submit your Pokemon and why it should be rescued, and we'll put you on the map for the Pokemon Rescue Road Trip. So kind of like tell me a good story about why your Pokemon is special to you, and we'll come and help you bring it up to the Switch. And then everybody wins. They get like to tell their story and rescue their Pokemon. I probably get pretty good content. Get that Mr. Beast mindset. But as for my girlfriend supporting Pokemon addiction, girlfriend understands Pokemon addiction, and I actually think that like potentially for the future of creating content, I think that the dynamic that we have is actually going to potentially work really well for the idea of like making travel vlogs and stuff. One thing that I've always actually struggled with is when I travel, everybody who I'm there with is playing Pokemon and excited to be participating in Pokemon events and stuff. And I felt bad like asking anybody to... No way, did I just fail? What? Oh my... Did I just fail a double shot? No. No. No, did I do that? There was an Oddish and a Doduo right next to each other. No way. That's actually so sad. I'm so sad. Oh, like it's okay? Frick. I've never seen two shinies at the same time, and all I had to do was wait like 5 more seconds. Not even, like 1 more second. I saw them. I knew it. I knew it. I knew there was the Oddish and the Doduo. Oh, man. That's actually brutal. even worse that we had 8 game audios running. And neither of those... There's a 1 in... neither of those had the game audio. I've never got to have double shinies. And now... Oh, man. So, just to put into perspective, everybody. Yes. Yes, we're seeing a lot of games at once. But every time I do 58,000 encounters, there's a 1 in 30,000 chance of 2 shinies being there at the same time. Actually, you know what? 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 Two shinies in 58 encounters with shiny odds, I think, of like 1 in 7,620.5. 1 in 35,000. You know what? We can do it again. That's not that bad. With 58 systems, we can do it again. But I do think that doing it again will need to wait for another day. We've been streaming for 4 hours. It took me like 5 hours to get everything set up today, so I've already done like a good 9 hours on top of going for a run and doing everything else today. So we're gonna update the run strat to 3, bringing our total to 8 shinies. 8 shinies in 22,000 encounters is insane, actually. Like, that is insane luck. I think it bodes well for the rest of Safari Week. What we're gonna do is next time we're all streaming together, we're gonna be going for Psyduck. We're gonna be going for not really Psyduck. I don't care about Psyduck. We're going for the level 25, 1 in 9 million Golduck. When's the next stream? Probably tomorrow, because I'm not going to turn all the systems off because it takes like a really long time. It took me about 3 hours to turn them on, so. Okay. How much power did we use to get our 8 shinies today, though? We used 1.8 kilowatt hours, so about 20 cents to power the Wiis. About 35 cents to power the GameCubes. So the total was... Switches used pretty much nothing. They're just charging my phone. Total was 7.2 kilowatt hours, which is about 70 Canadian cents, 75, 80 Canadian cents. If we can get like 1 gift sub or 1 Prime sub before the end of the stream, all is paid for. If you have your Twitch Prime and you want to make sure that the electricity of today's stream was paid for, hit that Prime button. Alternatively, if you just want to gift and maybe unlock that Meltane icon, totally, you can do that too. All that being said, thank you all so much for joining us today. We will most certainly be live again tomorrow. And over the next little bit, if any of you think of something that you want me to ask the charity for the Rising Stars event, let me know. DM me, ask me in the next stream, take some time to think about it. Anyways, we'll catch you in the next one. Bye.